Practice on there. Members, we're now live, as you can hear. We're live twice at the moment. We will be live once in a minute. There we go. Welcome to this meeting of South Cambridgeshire District Council. My name is Councillor Peter Payne, and I'm the Chair of the Council. My Vice Chair, Councillor Peter Sanford, is on my left here. So firstly, the small print. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded. We're also allowing recording, filming and photography so long as the meeting is not disrupted. Please ensure that your phone is on silent. You should keep your microphone switched off until you're invited to speak. If participating remotely, and I'm glad to see some are, then when you're invited to address the meeting, make sure your microphone and camera are switched on. And when you finish addressing the meeting, please turn your microphone and camera off. Members attending remotely should indicate their wish to speak through the chat message in the Teams meeting. Don't use that for anything else. And those present in the chamber should indicate their wish to speak by raising their hand, and my Vice Chair will note the order of speakers. The chat facility may also be used to write down a simple amendment, but complex amendments should already have been shared with Democratic Services in advance of the meeting. When we move on to a vote on any item and there's not clear affirmation, I will state that a recorded vote will be taken. Because this is the budget meeting, the decisions will be taken by recorded vote. And as members are aware, we'll then vote selecting for, against or abstain, and the result will be displayed and I'll read it out. So, sorry for the speed, but we wanted to get through it. We have a lot of business today and I'm keen that we make progress. I would just briefly at the start of this meeting remind members that we are as a council signed up to Debate Not Hate. I will be looking for members to think carefully before using any inflammatory language, and I may be inclined to intervene otherwise. So, we now proceed. Apologies. Are there any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies from Councillors Bygott, Bear Park, Rickson, Rippeth, Hart and Councillor Dr Martin Khan. I think Councillor Sue Ellington might be late, and we have several councillors joining us online. Councillor Warren Green and Councillor Martin Khan is online.
Thank you. Any other apologies people are aware of? Item 2, declarations of interest. Before we take these declarations, let me just remind you of the discussion at the last council in relation to whether declarations of interest are necessary with regard to areas where the council has no decision-making authority, and we were just reminded in that context of the Nolan principles. So, in that light, members, any declarations of interest? Councillor Lina Nita.
Chair, I have a non-registered interest on 7ED.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Williams.
Just that the Greater Cambridge Partnership Assembly is referenced in the report, of which I'm a member.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Stepward.
Chair, thank you. I'd like to remind Council that I'm a board member of both the South Cambridgeshire Investment Partnership and South Cambridgeshire Project. South Cambridgeshire Investment Projects does get a mention in the agenda today.
Thank you, Councillor Markhowell.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I and I'm sure several other people here are members of the County Council, for the avoidance of doubt, I just wanted to declare that now.
Thank you, and let me make it clear that there are a number here who are members of the County Council. No separate declarations are necessary of that for others. Any other declarations of interest which may be necessary? I would remind members that if you think of a declaration at any point in the meeting, then please raise it at that point. We move on to minutes, which are on pages 17 to 40 of your papers. I do not propose to go through them page by page. We are here just to approve the minutes of the last council meeting. Do members have any amendments to these minutes before us? I see none. I propose that we approve these minutes. I understand. Councillor Sanford, are you there to second that?
Happy to second, Chair.
Can we take that by affirmation?
Agreed.
Agreed. Any against? Any abstentions? Thank you. Those minutes are approved and stand as a correct record. Announcements from the Chair. I have none. Item 4B, announcements from the Leader and Cabinet. Leader.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm afraid there are a few. It was a privilege last night to stand outside the Senate House in Cambridge with a demonstration to acknowledge the third anniversary of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and it was a huge privilege to be asked to speak briefly. We heard some incredibly moving speeches from a lot of different Ukrainians, and anyway, hopefully they will all be able to return to their homes before the fourth anniversary. On a lighter note, February is LGBTQ plus History Month, and our staff put together some really useful resources for people who want to learn more about LGBT plus history. I strongly members to have a look at those on Insight. On the 28th of January, it seems like much longer ago actually, I gave evidence to the House of Commons Housing, Communities and Local Government Select Committee when they were reviewing plans for the devolution and local government reorganisation in England. I was there alongside Tracy Braben, the Mayor of West Yorkshire, the LGA Chair, Louise Gittins, and the CCN Chair, Tim Oliver. We spoke specifically about concerns over accountability for new mayors, as well as the lack of evidence base to support a lot of the stuff that's planned as a result of local government reorganisation. Just to note, the 4-day week consultation is still live and will be so until the 23rd of March. So still, opportunities for people to get their comments in. By the time of the next regular full council meeting, not the extraordinary one that's been called, we will have a new council website, which I'd encourage members to look at. I think it's a massive improvement on what we've had, and I thank all those officers, who've been so involved in it. We've also gone live with our SAM AI on the phones. I was talking to one of our colleagues in the contact centre today about how that's going. It seemed very, very positive. So instead of pressing buttons, which drives me mad, you actually get you're actually dealt with by AI and hopefully get through to the person you need to, get the answer you need to your question. I gather that whereas a human can deal with one query at a time, Sam can deal with up to 60 at a time. So hopefully, we'll start seeing huge very positive results from that. And then just finally, you'll be aware that Mayor Nick Johnson has decided not to restand in the mayoral elections in May. I'm genuinely sorry to learn that he's not restanding. I'm sorry that his health has been part of the decision-making for him. He's had a really difficult job to do, turning around an organisation that was not delivering in the way that our residents would have expected and which actually lacked the capacity to improve when he arrived. In the time he's been there, we've seen significant improvements, and there's now a really good team of people within the organisation under a really exceptional senior leadership team. As a board member of 7 years standing, it's not always been a great place to work. And under Mayor Nick Johnson and his team, they've successfully addressed all the cultural and governance issues that did merit a best value notice being put in place by the last government. So I'd just like it put on public record that I wish Nick and his family all the best in the future. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Leader. Any announcements from the head of paid service? No. So we move on to public questions, except there are no public questions, and indeed, item 6, petitions. There are no petitions received for this meeting. Item 7A, the corporate plan for 2025 to 2030, and also the corporate action plan for 2025 to 26. So we're moving into the substantive items of today's agenda, and I would remind members again that we all have a responsibility to keep the debate civil. Comments must be directed on the report before members. And if any comments are made which, in my opinion, go beyond the report, I will step in and remind you of that. So, item 7A, 2025-26 corporate 2025-30 corporate plan and 2025-26 corporate action plan. And I call on the Leader of the Council to present the report and move the recommendations.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to talk for a little bit longer than I normally do, but actually before I start, I would like to thank Kevin Ledger in particular, who has just worked tirelessly on this and I think produced something we know which is quite exceptional and certainly demonstrates how we as a district council deserve our reputation of being one of the highest performing and best respected district councils in the country. I must, of course, also thank our outstanding senior leadership team and indeed all our colleagues who have contributed to what I think is a really, really exciting document. This is an opportunity for us to renew our purpose, reaffirm our commitment to our residents and set a clear and very ambitious direction for the next 5 years. And that's exclusive of local government reorganisation, because of course, it might not happen, but actually this is the foundations, should it happen, it's the foundations to be taken forward by a future unitary council. The corporate plan and the action plan we're considering today will actually serve as a blueprint for how we serve our communities, address the challenges ahead, which we don't know what they all are yet, but build a South Cambridgeshire that is fairer, kinder, and of course greener. As a Liberal Democrat administration, we've always been driven by our core belief that local government exists to make a real and positive difference in people's lives, and that's why this corporate plan places at its heart the things that matter most to our residents. So the vision's clear. It will to create fairer, kinder, greener South Cambridgeshire, where all residents are equal partners in their communities. And to achieve this, we've identified 5 new priority areas that will guide our work over the next 5 years. So healthy and supported communities is the first. Much of the good work we've done as a council comes down to being compassionate and doing what we can to support people who are vulnerable, and we plan to continue that work. And there's many examples, which I hope some of my colleagues here will talk about in more detail. The provision of sustainable homes and vibrant places in which those homes can be. So, we're facing a housing crisis. It's harder than ever for young people to get on the housing ladder. I've got 3 sons. I know how difficult it's been for them. And we really have a duty to do what we can to help them. And being green as to our core has always, has been a priority from day one to us. And, when we had the corporate peer review in, and they asked people outside of the organisation what we were about, what defined us, green to our core came out time and time again. So, tackling the climate and ecological emergencies, will always, it's actually ever more important to us as, the climate crisis is actually deepening and getting so much worse. And then helping businesses to thrive in South Cambridgeshire. Back in 2018, there was no economic development strategy here. There was no officers dedicated to working with businesses. So again, that was another day one promise. And working very closely with our partner organisations. And we've always had a focus on SMEs. I remember, years ago talking about how the loss of Business Link left a great void. And those days I was involved in some work with business support. So local businesses, giving them support as they start up and they grow and we transition to a really sustainable economy continues to be a priority. And we need to support our residents to develop the skills that are needed in order that they can then work locally in the economies that we have here and which are growing. And then, at the root of all this is being financially secure and fit for the future. Everyone here understands how difficult things are for local government right now, and we've done a remarkable job of weathering the storm that we inherited from the Tory chaos. We've only been able to do that because of what we are one of the most financially secure councils in the country, and we need to make sure that that continues, and it continues even if we have to unitarise, and we can keep delivering high quality services for our residents, demonstrating best value. But the plan is only as strong as its delivery, and that's why the accompanying action plan sets out clearly how we will turn our priorities into reality. It's a roadmap that ensures we remain accountable and transparent in all we do. So this is a moment for renewal, a moment for us to look ahead with optimism and determination, even though that's very challenging at the moment. A moment for us as a council to redouble our efforts to serve, support and empower our residents. And I urge you all to support the adoption of these plans, and in doing so, commit to a future where South Cambridgeshire continues to be a place of real opportunity, sustainability and community. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Do I have a seconder for this?
Councillor John Williams, please.
Councillor Williams, do you want to speak on it now?
Yeah, I'll reserve my right.
Does anyone wish to speak on this item? Bear with us, keep your hands up, because the Vice Chair will just note down the approximate order of speaking. Let's hope we get it right. Two Williams on this side. I think I captured everyone. Oh, it's still right. You can go at the end. Yeah, I've got she's hiding. Right. Separate these two. Okay, so I think I have Councillor Milnes first of all.
Thank you, Chair. And as the leader was speaking earlier, I was just had the thought that thank goodness we're not in America, with mention of LGBT, for example, or even our own agenda here today would be out of order in America. And our sympathies go to the American public that are suffering so badly, as well as Ukraine. In reference to the corporate plan, I think I'd like to just add my thanks for just a great new presentation and style, which are very accessible. So thank you to the staff for doing that. And I think Lisa's already mentioned, but since 2018, a fiscal rectitude has been our watchword. And I just congratulate our finance staff and our soon-to-be retiring financial officer, Peter Maddock, for his continued work in this regard. Without their guidance, our financial situation would have been likely much worse. So thanks again for that. And the last thing I wanted to note was looking after the environment has been a key requirement that we have asked the Council to undertake. But at the same time, having to deal with the tensions between looking after the environment and looking after accelerating growth in our area, which is likely to continue unabated. So it's a real job to balance those two requirements, but I think one that we're doing very well. So I'm delighted to see Green to the Core still being at the core of our policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I call Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm going to touch on some words first that the leader said about real and positive impact to residents. And I do think that's genuinely something that we all want to see. We've got different ideas of how to get there and different ideas of how we achieve that. But I think there is a common common motive there. When I was looking through the report, I think nothing is wholly good or wholly bad. No party is wholly good or wholly bad. And there is often many things that we've agreed with over the years. Might not always want to admit we agree, but we have. And I think that's important. But when looking at the document as a whole, we have to vote if we feel it's comfortably meeting the needs of everybody in our district. And for me, there are a few areas where it's not quite hitting the mark. Mainly for the rural countryside at the moment has never been under the threats it has, in my view, as it has under this Labour government, on varying different degrees, whether it's the farm tax, whether it's the sort of raid on our pubs. There are pubs in my ward that will be down for over £4,000 because of the changes the Labour government has done. Now, when I went through this document, the sort of reference is on page 77. It's a very small thing about a focus on rural businesses, pubs and farms, but for me that's not enough. I think we have to recognise that we are still a rural district. So for me, I would like to see a lot more in relation to that rather than just a monitoring arrangement of those areas. What are we doing for farms? What are we doing to support our pubs? And it feels very lacking from my point on that particular area. One other area of focus, which, being going through, we're never going to agree on, is on page 81 in relation to sort of the 4-day week. The main thing that I want to pick up with on this is it says publication of the 4-day week consultation exercise results. And the leader in her announcement said that the 4-day week consultation is still live. However, when I sat in scrutiny, it was sometimes, when I sort of pushed, but we're not asking people about the 4-day week, I was told, no, this isn't a 4-day week consultation. This is about services and service provisions. So I feel that that sentence in here conflicts with what was said at that scrutiny meeting by members of the Cabinet. So I don't think we have any clarity on what this consultation is actually for. Is it to assess services, or is it to consult with people on the 4-day week? So we've had it on both sides, so I can understand why lots of people will be confused about that. But for those reasons, there are others, but I'm trying to narrow them down to those two, Chair. I think there are things in here that I welcome on a practical level, but overall, I'm afraid I can't support it today.
Thank you. I just want to remind members that this is a debate about the proposals for the corporate plan. There will be separate occasions to discuss the 4-day week in the future. Next, I call Councillor Anna Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to point out some of the good things that I think have come out of this corporate plan and what we plan to do in future. I wanted to congratulate officers, particularly in dealing, I'm looking at the Healthy and Supported Communities page, which starts at page 56. And, there are all sorts of undertakings about helping our residents and doing that in an inclusive way and enabling people to live safely and feel safe in their own homes and supporting vulnerable people. And I particularly wanted to thank the team, Catherine Hawkes and Beth Watson, for the work that they've been doing on the Community Safety Partnership Group, which has been going out into communities and working with parish councils and local residents and representatives of local communities to actually bring the monies that are available through the Police and Crime Commissioner into use in a productive way in our communities to enable people to feel safer. In addition, three other things I just wanted to highlight, which I think this council has done extraordinarily well, and that is the support for the mobile warden scheme, which enables our older residents to feel safe and supported and able to carry on living in their communities, in their own houses, but supported by somebody who understands their needs and can act as a liaison sometimes for them on behalf of family, with medical appointments and such like, and giving them any support that they need with regard to services and just supporting them and enabling them to live in their own homes. And likewise, the low-income family tracker. This is incredibly thoughtful, sensitive work, working with people who are just about managing in the cost of living crisis and just enabling them to continue to be supporting their families and helping them when they might not wish to raise that issue themselves. It's just a gentle support for them when they really need it. But for some that has meant, all sorts of practical support just at the time when they felt vulnerable. And the other one, which I've personally referred people to, is the income maximisation service. Again, very sensitive and knowledgeable officers who've reviewed people's finances and helped them understand the kinds of funding and grants and support that they can call upon to help them to live independently and with dignity. And I think our officers are doing an absolutely brilliant job in those regards. So I wanted to thank the officers and for our Cabinet for making monies available that have enabled us to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradnam. Councillor Dr. Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. It's quicker than I was expecting. Two questions. They relate to Appendix B. So on page 7, it talks about East West Rail and being the voice of residents. I would ask how that translates for communities that don't support East West Rail quite strongly, because I think the feeling, certainly of the community that I represent, is that they basically feel they're being told by South Cambridgeshire Council, tough, get on with it and make the best of it. So what does representing residents mean for communities who just simply don't support this and would like some backing for that from their council? And then just secondly, my second point, on page 5 of Appendix B, just a reference to the SKIP partnership, and it talks about the in Campbell. Can I just ask the leader what steps the council plans to take, both now and in the future when it comes to SKIP, to ensure that developments that are brought forward have got the broadest possible support? Because the Camborne development, I wouldn't say is an exemplar in that sense, because we managed to come up with or the council SKIP managed to come up with a proposal that was opposed by the village college. The town council expressed, I think, concerns, and a number of residents were very unhappy about it, and it was voted through against the opposition of a lot of community groups in Camborne, which I wouldn't really regard as an exemplar development. So what steps can be taken to ensure that that doesn't happen again? Any future proposals that come forward have more broad-based community support? Thank you.
Thank you. The leader has spoken. I'm happy to use my discretion to invite her to comment on that, or the Councillor John Williams may wish to deal with that in seconding the proposal. So if we may, we'll come back to that at a later point in the debate. So I'll then call Councillor Helen Leeming.
Thank you, Chair. Looking through this, there's a number of things I'd be very pleased to highlight, but I'm particularly interested, following the motion that I raised last year, about the increase in commitment to the Disability Facilities Grant and the continuation of the partnership with Cambridgeshire Home Improvements Agency. I'm also pleased to see that this has been recently backed up by a vote which was taken in Cabinet to increase the Disabilities Facilities Grant, the discretionary amount which is provided by our council. It's been increased by £15,000, and I'm really hoping that this will increase the viability of schemes for residents with complex building projects, and enable the viability of those schemes to be pursued. So something I'm very pleased to see there. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, bear with me before I call Councillor Handley. I have been remiss. I should have declared, in relation to the corporate plan, that I'm a director of Shire Homes. It is just mentioned in passing on the corporate plan, so I don't think it affects my ability to chair this meeting, but I should declare it. Councillor Handley.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make a reference to page 58, the Sustainable Homes section of this report, because last week I was invited to take a look at some of the new affordable properties in my ward over in Willingham, which are just being delivered by the council's new build team. There are 18 altogether, a mixture of shared ownership and affordable rented houses. And I was impressed by the sustainability of them, the design, the quality of the build, and the equipment on offer. Whilst these homes are going to be offered to people locally around my ward, but I'm assured by the new build team that others are coming in other parts of the district, similar kind of thing. In an area of sky-high house prices, the council's input here is vital. It's a vital component of the housing mix, and it's really great. I'm really quite proud that the council's sort of prudent management of its finances allowed it to deliver this kind of thing, which many councils can't even contemplate. Before I move on, can I just thank the two guys from the new build team, Stephen Carey and Jerry Roper, for their excellent work in this respect.
Thank you. I now call Councillor Richard Stobart.
Chair, thank you. And I'm just going to make a few comments on that part of the plan which is covering sustainable homes and vibrant places. And I'm going to finish with a question, but a few comments first. May I commend the inclusion of the infographics in this corporate plan? I think they're excellent, but I'm just going to pick out two, which is concerned with the average monthly private rental cost of a home in the Greater Cambridge area compared with East of England. So not surprisingly expensive and rare. Actually, the rarity isn't commented on, but it is a common account of people searching for rental homes. And also the average price paid by first-time buyers in the Greater Cambridge area, £370,000, which absolutely eclipses anything, even outside of Cambridge and certainly in the north of England. This is a huge sum of money for a young family or an individual looking to buy. So let's just reflect on what the plan says. A home is more than a roof over your head. And I just want to quote recent publication from actually Frameworks UK, a new way of talking about homes. And the recommendation that they're making, amongst others, is that we shift thinking away from housing as a consumer good and towards homes as essential to a decent life. So that nicely is captured in this corporate plan. And we should, I think, reflect that a family living in a home is looking to be free of worries about, is their house secure? Is it cost effective? Is the running cost reasonable? And we, as a district council, but as a perhaps part of a community of care, we're interested in families being close to places of work, schools and green spaces. And so the intent of this plan is to increase the number of homes, but to a degree shift according to that sense of what a home is. And so appropriateness of a home, is it a good match to the family's needs? We've mentioned the running costs, but particularly energy costs. And we shouldn't forget the kind of things that are implicit here that the planning service is pursuing, that infrastructure first, in other words, encouraging a philosophy, particularly around sustainability and use of active travel, at the very earliest stages of development, inclusion of green space as a fundamental, and the health connections that brings. So in terms of the plan highlights, delivering new homes, I'd just like to underline the excellent work of Kirsten Donaldson and her team. I will, Chair. Sorry, I'm rambling a little bit. But I think just those first, the first couple of items under the corporate plan, delivering new council homes, and the skip development. I know that's been commented in perhaps with a question, but actually on the positive, the adoption and experience gained by the council through working with passive house techniques is something to be commended. So there's more I could say, Chair, but let me say, can I just ask my question? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Statistics taken from Women's Aid and Refuge and the police show that every 1 in 4 women in England will suffer from domestic violence. Every 5 days, 1 woman is killed in England and Wales through domestic violence. Following a motion originally proposed by Councillor Judith Rippeth, officers have worked hard to achieve white ribbon accreditation. This work has been assessed as being inspiring and exemplary. White ribbon accreditation goes towards making a real difference in promoting respect towards women and girls, and I strongly support the hard work done by the officers to help with this forever problem.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, it is possible, there was a bit of a forest of hands at the beginning, so it's quite possible that I've missed somebody who wanted to speak. Councillor Peter MacDonald, a moment. Any others? Yes, I beg your pardon, Councillor Nina Nito, and Councillor Stephen Drew, Councillor Jeff Harvey. I may regret asking that question again. No, not at all. It will be good to hear from you all. So, Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be really brief, but a couple of points that were raised by Councillor Heather Williams in relation to rural business environment, if I put it that way. So I think the first one was around pubs. 3 areas that pubs are really suffering from at the moment, which is national insurance cost increases, secondly, energy costs, and thirdly, impact from cost of living, where people are not spending money as they were. So the business team is very conscious that pubs really do need support at the moment. We're talking to, as every week goes by, I'm aware of 2 or 3 pubs, different pubs that we're talking to in South Cambridgeshire in support in different areas. With regard to farms, you know, I'd say the council working together with the MP has really gone out of its way since the announcement of the farm tax, which we very much oppose. So I attended a meeting with a small group of farmers with the MP about 6 weeks ago to discuss the topic. And then I think it was a first that our MP, together with us, convened a meeting of farmers with Daniel Zeichner. I don't think this has happened anywhere else in the country, and so this is a first. And I know the farmers were very appreciative of doing that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just before I call Councillor Nina Nito, can I just welcome Councillor Ellington to the meeting? Councillor Nito.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, I'm curious to understand, so the leader of the council in the opening mentioned about creating a positive community, about contributing to the well-being of young people and people living in the community. And when I'm looking at the corporate plan on page 54 and 55, and it talks about income inequality, as we have, and at the same time other councillors have mentioned about affordable housing and how wonderful it is. I wanted to know if the council has done an analysis on cumulative running costs of these homes, because we will see not only through this item in the agenda, but later on, we will see an increase in council tax, we will see an increase on rents by high percentages, not only in the last financial year, but also in the coming years. We have service charges. So there's a lot of cumulative costs on these affordable homes. So I want to understand if officers have done the analysis of this cumulative cost for those young people or mothers or vulnerable individuals living in these affordable homes and the impact that this corporate plan is going to have on them.
Members, I'm proposing, unless guided otherwise, to add that to the list of questions for Councillor Williams to deal with in seconding, and we'll of course allow Councillor Williams a little bit of extra time in order to deal with that and other questions. Councillor Bhattacharya.
I have a quick question. Can I ask for any update on the High Street of Camborne, the businesses in the High Street of Camborne, or and the post office?
Again, we'll add that question to the list. Councillor Drew, Councillor Stephen Drew.
Thank you. I just really wanted to make a quick point regarding the fact that we seem to see all over the news at the moment nationally about councils having to sell their assets, councils having to ask the government for special dispensation to raise their council tax by above what is normally allowed. We seem to have a constant dialogue regionally and nationally about financial problems by councils of all levels across the whole country who seem to be in a huge amount of difficulty, and then you read about the difficult decisions those councils are having to make and the cuts they are having to make. And I just think that really we ought to perhaps take a moment in relation to this plan that is being put forward to point out that actually, due to the incredibly strong financial management that this council has engaged in since 2018, we do not find ourselves in that position. So whilst it is always the case that we would like to do more, it is always the case that there would be many other things that everyone would add to the list, I do think that we ought to remember that the leadership of the council, both from the officers and the administration, has placed us in a position where we're able to read through this document and have a huge number of really positive things that will work for the benefit of our local population. And I think that's something we should reflect upon and be pleased about.
Thank you. And last I call Councillor Jeff Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to really congratulate the officers and Cabinet. I mean, we do live in challenging times, as Councillor Drew has just referred, with many sort of headwinds, notably, you know, continuing downward pressure on our finances. So I do congratulate the officers and Cabinet in sort of keeping a steady hand on the tiller, particularly in regard to our Green to the Core objectives, and whether that's through, continuing with big projects like the Water Beach microgrid, supporting transformation of our waste collection fleet, reassessing the usefulness of and energy efficiency of community rooms, our tree programme, supporting communities with grant funding to encourage them to take up the green challenge. I just think our sort of fervour for supporting a sort of green transformation is undimmed, even in challenging times. So well done.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. Now, I saw no other hands up. I think, if I understand correctly, that the three questions that have been asked will be dealt with by Councillor John Williams in seconding the motion, but I can use my discretion to call... Right, Leader, perhaps you would like to go first then, if...
May I request that Councillor Williams goes first, and I'll just mop up anything else that hasn't been covered, please. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Well, first of all, can we remind ourselves that this corporate plan is yet to be adopted. I hope it is adopted by this meeting, but what we are discussing here are plans that we intend to undertake over the coming 5 years in the new corporate plan, which comes into effect with the new council year. So we're not talking about what we're doing now, we're talking about what we intend to do in the future. So I think that's an important point to bear in mind. Can I just pick up, I'd just like to pick up on before I answer those questions, I'd just like to pick up on my particular area, which is the financial security, etc. Now, there are two things where I can show that we'll be putting words into actions, okay? So, for example, we say that we will make it easier for residents to engage with our services and democratic processes. Now, I hope later we will all support our budget, which includes in it a new parish liaison officer, which will help us to achieve that. And that is something that we don't have currently, but under the new corporate plan, we will have. The other thing that I'd like to, there's a really good example of how this corporate plan is taking things forward. Are we talking about investing in our staff to ensure they remain equipped to deliver for our district's need? And I'm very pleased to say that currently we have 37 employees, colleagues, who are completing apprenticeships in this council and funded by the apprenticeship levy. And we will continue to, with that, and try and wherever we can, improve on that as part of promoting apprenticeships and internal training, etc. So there are two things where, amongst many others, I don't have time to go through every single thing, but that demonstrates that in the new corporate plan, we have secured the resources to be able to deliver it and do those things that we say we want to do in the new corporate plan. But let's say this corporate plan has not been adopted, but I hope it is adopted, and then we can get on with this. Now, there are some other things that came up about SKIP, for example, and East-West Rail, and the level of communication, cooperation, working with local communities. Well, as you can see in the new corporate plan, that is something that we want to develop and improve on. Okay? So there's no point looking back on the past. What we're about is looking forward to the future. Now, somebody also mentioned about cost of living. And we are already doing an enormous amount of work helping people through the cost of living crisis. And I have to say the crisis isn't getting better, isn't lessening, it's actually getting worse. Only today we heard about energy going up. We've seen all sorts of bills go up, way above, actually, the level of inflation. Whereas when you come to the budget, I hope you support an increase in council tax, but it actually is below the level of inflation. And the reason why we need council tax is because we need to assist people. We need to advise them. We need to direct them. We need to provide grants so that that things can be done more efficiently, more energy efficiently, and recycling, for example. We support the repair cafes. All those things help people with the cost of living. Okay, so that's that's my answer to those particular questions, Chair. Thank you.
And Leader, I think you wanted a chance to address one or two of those questions as well, and I'll use my discretion to.
That's fine. So thank you everyone for your contributions. Thank you to Councillor Williams for acknowledging that actually there's much we agree on. I think one of the things we might agree on is the pig's ear that Labour's making a government at the moment. I hope that's not too inflammatory language. Okay, so that's good, and hopefully that's something we can build on in this next couple of what are going to be quite challenging years for us. Councillor MacDonald has, I think, addressed the issue over the rural economy, and I hope that's reassured you that we are receptive, and we're receptive to needs and flexible in our approach. On the 4-day week consultation, the chair has highlighted that there will be other meetings in which to discuss this. Councillor Richard Williams' point on East-West Rail. So we have to treat all parish councils equally, irrespective of what their views are. And Stephen Kelly and I were invited to attend a meeting of all those parish councils who are going to be most impacted. And there was all sorts of views there, from people who it really was over their dead body to people who are far more accepting. The reality is that it doesn't matter how much they don't want it. We, as a district council, can't stop it. We know this is now being driven by the Labour government. And so our duty is to make sure that we are the voice of all our parish councils, and particularly now as regards the impact that the very, very long construction phase is going to have on them. What seems to be very large land takes, impact of cutting footpaths and so on and so forth. So our job is to, as Councillor Williams said, to be forward-looking and address the future and help them with the future. And thank you, so just to wind up, thank you to Councillor Bradnam's comments about the thoughtfulness, really like that word, the thoughtfulness of the lift word and the debt advisory word and so on, because nothing can, that really is targeting the people who are suffering the most, to do everything that we can to help them. And without us doing this work, they would be left high and dry. There is no one else filling that void these days. And thank you also for the comments on the graphics and the layout of this plan. I think they are lovely, and my thanks to our comms team for their work. They have really developed a sort of corporate identity for us, which I think is very accessible to people. To me, this makes me want to read it because it's set out in plain English, it's visually very attractive. So my thanks to them for the work that they've done also. Thank you.
Members, that concludes the discussion, the debate on this item. I'm aware that certain members want to ask additional questions. I could use my discretion to allow that, but I really think it is time to move to a vote. I'm going to risk asking that this is not technically a budget item, so we can take this vote by affirmation. Can we do that, or I think we need a recorded vote on this. So we will move to... I'll give the leader another chance to address that issue.
I don't think this is the meeting in which to discuss it. So we will take it offline. Okay.
So I think we're agreed. We'll come back to that particular question. It's not directly related to this item. We'll come back to that out of this meeting. So with that, can we take this item by affirmation? I think not. So we will, as I said, move to a recorded vote. I'll ask the Democratic Services Officer to set that up. I think members are familiar with how this works. If you're in favour of the proposal, you press green. If you're against, you press red. And if you wish to abstain, you press yellow. Ignore the figure of 70. I have no idea how these figures are derived at, but we can ignore that. Ready for unitary. Members, the vote is in progress. We have 36 have voted. How are we doing? I can resort to hands up if necessary, but I think we'll get there. We think that everybody has voted. Is anyone aware that they have not managed to vote? In that case, we'll take it that this is passed by 26 votes to 7 with 1 abstention. And with that, I'll move on to item 7B, which is the capital strategy, pages 85 to 106. Before we start on that item, let me just remind us all that the way we do this is that the leader or member of the cabinet proposes, a seconder has an opportunity to speak either then or later. We take the debate and come back to the seconder. There is not a formal opportunity in these motions, as opposed to the motions we will come to later on the agenda, for the mover to have a second speech. So with that, we'll move on, and I think that this item also is to be presented by the lead cabinet member for resources, so I call on Councillor John Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm really pleased to present this budget for 2 reasons. First of all, it's a budget which shows that we are on top of our financial situation, that we have continuous improvement at the heart of everything we do, that our productivity is improving, and secondly, it shows that we have the resources to deliver the corporate plan that we've just adopted. Despite the fact that if you look at our core spending power, it hasn't changed much at all, actually. We've, yes, received some extra money from the government, a little bit, but that's been offset by larger deductions in other grants. If you look at our total resource, about 33, just over 33 million, it's about the same as it was last year. And our net expenditure, operating expenditure, has remained around the same. And I must congratulate the officers on that. I must congratulate the officers on the fact that, you know, against the background of continuing inflation, against the background of national insurance, because this budget reflects the fact that we haven't been fully compensated for the employers' national insurance increases, the fact that we've had increases in our costs from our suppliers, etc., and yet they have managed to keep the budget to what it was or has been this year, and they must be congratulated on that. I think we must also accept that it is a difficult situation, difficult times for this council. The future is uncertain because of the local government reorganisation, but it's also uncertain anyway because of the economic situation. It's clear that the government hasn't got hasn't got hold on the economy, and we don't know going forward what the situation will be next year. But despite all that, we have managed to find additional revenue income to actually increase some of our services. I mean, we have managed to, for example, looking at fly tipping, we have managed to not only provide the team with a larger vehicle, but with an additional member of staff. We have been able to, as I said earlier, we now have a new post, or I hope we were going to have a new post of Paris liaison officer to help us better, work with our parish councils. And we have, for example, a new community centre in Northstowe that is down to be built. So, there are lots of positives in this budget, despite the poor economic situation generally, and despite the serious situation that many of our fellow councils have, which fortunately this council doesn't have. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder for this? Councillor Bridget Smith, do you want to speak now or
End if I may, thank you.
Does anyone want to speak on this proposal? Councillor Heather Williams, give me a moment. We'll just see who else wants to speak. I think just Councillor Heather Williams. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Before I start, could I just clarify? The lead member has spoken very broadly about the budget, which is normally on the general fund budget, on our agenda at the capital strategy. So I'm just wondering, are we voting on these individually as we normally do, or has it become everything? Just want to clarify that beforehand.
To answer that, the proposal is to have a separate vote on each item on your agenda.
Thank you, Chair. At which point I'll stick to the capital strategy, which we're voting on at present, and then speak on the other reports accordingly. So when it comes to the capital strategy, I think the main focus of my comments will be around page 104 and 105. There is one line in particular that concerns me, and that's on page 104, on the second point. It says, will not be exceeded except on a short-term basis. Now, when I compare the forecasts for these years, particularly 25-26, that's the next year, to those for the previous year, they have significantly increased. And the prospect of then giving a sort of view that we could go over that, even on a short-term basis, makes me feel very uncertain. And then when I look across to page 105 and 4 at the authorised limit of borrowing, I appreciate that it can be sort of rebutted back at me that this is a limit and you might not go up to the limit and all those things, but I think I have to sit here and decide whether I'm happy with that authorised limit of borrowing as is indicated in the report. I'm acutely aware of the cost of borrowing at the moment, and the future seems very, very uncertain for local government overall. So at the moment, I don't feel that I can support the capital strategy, and I'm very concerned about those authorised borrowing limits.
Thank you. I didn't see any other speakers, and I think that is still the case, so I'll come back to Councillor Bridget Smith to second the proposal.
Thank you. I'm going to let Councillor Williams deal with the specifics. But we are in such a privileged position here due to long-term, very, very canny, wise financial management. Massive thanks to Peter and Fazana and to Liz and to all the rest of the team for steering us so skillfully to a point where when the corporate peer review team came, every time we sat down with them, they kind of said, oh, you know, we envy you so much, your financial stability, your financial situation. And it's not luck. It's not because South Cambridge is a wealthy place. It's because we are an extremely well-managed council. And there are other councils in, you know, as wealthy areas who are in a financial pickle and worse. So the fact that we're delivering continuous improvement and that we've been able to, just a few minutes ago, approve a really ambitious corporate plan, which we have the resources to deliver, is really outstanding. The fact that, you know, the work that Liz and her team have done have identified nigh on £2 million worth of savings, so that even though our income has remained static, you know, we can continue to deliver those increases. You know, one of the most important things that's coming out of the Jim McMahon letters about local government reorganisation is that the new unitary councils are financially stable and resilient to financial shocks. And that's been a huge problem in recent years, where councils have not been able to deal with financial shocks. You look at some of the South Coast councils with the massive homelessness burdens they've had. That's been a shock to them and is taking, you know, up to 80% of their budgets. So, you know, there is a lack of resilience within local government. So one of the requirements as we continue LGR negotiations is about being able to demonstrate to government that we will be able to weather those financial shocks. And the fact that our MTFS shows, you know, planning surpluses means that we are, as things stand, we are resilient to it. And, you know, the next big one most likely is going to be the Fair Funding Review. I think I've been talking about this review ever since I've been leader, actually, and possibly even, yes, that's Sue's nodding, and possibly even before then. But, you know, the odds are it's going to happen now, and it's going to hit us really, really hard. And that was one of our reasons when, back in 2018, we said that we would endeavour, through a really ambitious investment strategy, to create 25% of our revenue from our investments. And we've achieved that, despite, you know, changes in legislation. So, you know, we can't be complacent about this. We have to continue to deliver best value. We have to use our money wisely. And we've got to be open and transparent how we do it. And I am very confident that there is a very good basis moving forward, and I'm very proud of the efforts of all of our colleagues for everything that they've done to put us in this enviable position. Thank you.
Members, I could have asked Councillor John Williams to answer some of the questions posed by Councillor Heather Williams. I think, however, the leader, you dealt with those questions, and had I wanted to call Councillor John Williams, I should have done so before the leader spoke. So I propose that we draw this to a conclusion and move to a vote. Are we...
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I mean, the reasons why those figures are in that report are obvious, so...
I get the impression Councillor John Williams does not wish to have an extension of the debate to discuss that, so let us move to the vote. Thank you. This is a budget item, and therefore there may be scope for further correspondence later, but we're now moving to a vote on this budget item, and we do that, therefore, by a recorded vote. I think, if I'm right, that recorded vote is already underway. Am I right? Yes, right, so I don't need to call it, it's already happening. And members don't need a reminder from me as to how it works. So let's see that to a conclusion. I think we have... (24). Bear with us, members. One or two may not have voted who thought they had, so we'll just sort this out, and then I will announce the vote in a minute.
Sometimes it can be a bit temperamental. That's everybody now, Chair.
Yes. Well, Councillor John Williams has now voted. I won't tell you which way. So that motion is passed, 27 votes to 8 with no abstentions. We then move on to the Treasury Management Strategy, which you'll find on pages 107, 146. And again, I call on the lead Cabinet Member for Resources to present the report. To remind us all, in doing so, he has 5 minutes. Subsequent speakers have 3 minutes, the seconder included, and the seconder can decide whether he or she speaks immediately or at the end. That is the rules, and that's what we'll be trying to abide by. So, Councillor John Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Well, can I first apologise? Sorry, I was talking to the wrong report. I was a bit excited that we should get the meeting over and done with as quickly as possible. So I jumped to the budget report instead of the capital, and I do apologise to members for that. I do hope, though, that this strategy report, I'm just going to introduce it and recommend it. I'm hoping that it's not controversial and we'll get the approval of the meeting.
So, just to be clear, we are on the Treasury Management Strategy, item 7C. I'm sure that some would have noticed had we strayed onto another item. Councillor Williams has moved the recommendations. Can I call for a seconder? Councillor Bridget Smith, do you wish to speak now or at the end?
Wait.
You may not have to wait very long. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you. I was being as discreet as I could at sort of suggesting that might have gone a little wrong, and hopefully that was noted. So my comments on this, if I can draw members' attention to page 117, paragraph 6.3, and thank you again to officers for track changes. I think track changes will actually save councillors an awful lot of time, and long may that continue. We can see that there's been an increase in borrowing of 46 million. And as I said in the previous item, I'm becoming increasingly concerned about the increase of borrowing. But more importantly, on page 118, I think it is still 8.7, even though that's been crossed out. I think that might have just been carried away with the track change, perhaps. But the last sentence, which is an addition, says, in addition, the authority may borrow through short-term loans to manage temporary shortfalls in day-to-day cash management. And that's an addition into this Treasury Management Strategy. And I can understand trying to look for flexibility, but that really worries me. I don't think there should ever be a circumstance where we're having to borrow for day-to-day revenue expenditure and for day-to-day spending. So, particularly with that addition in there, I don't feel I can support this, I'm afraid.
Do we have any others wishing to speak before I call Councillor Bridget Smith to second this? I don't see any others. Councillor Bridget Smith, Leader.
I don't think I need to add anything.
Nothing to add. We need to take this again by electronic vote, and if we could now start that vote, please. I'm not going to repeat the instructions on how to vote. I think everyone knows how it's done now. We're just checking that everybody has voted. Bear with us, members.
Thank you, Chair.
Right, it seems all have voted. We have passed that proposal by 26 votes to 7 with 1 abstention, and therefore the Treasury Management Strategy is agreed. We then move to item 7D, which is the General Fund Revenue and Capital Budget 2025-26, and this is on pages 147 to 208 of your printed papers. And I call on the lead Cabinet Member for Resources to present the report and move the recommendations. Councillor John Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I move the recommendations. I mean, I said what I was going to say previously, so I feel obliged not to go over everything again, so I shall spare people that. But obviously, I'll pick up any questions at the end.
Right, I now call for a seconder. Councillor Bridget Smith.
Well, I just happily followed his lead, so I think I better shut up as well, actually.
This is progressing. Do we have anyone wanting to speak on this? Councillor Heather Williams.
Chair, we have an amendment that's been through scrutiny that I believe is, this is the appropriate time to move it.
Right, so we then move on to the amendment. Yes, can I ask the proposer and seconder of the original motion whether they accept the amendment? I think that is...
No, regretfully no.
Right. So, is there a seconder for the amendment?
I'm happy to second that,
Councillor
Chair.
Graham Cohen, thank you. Would Councillor Heather Williams like to move the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So we have our proposal, our alternative proposal. I am not naive to what's happened at every other single budget meeting. I would ask, though, to maybe reflect after this meeting at some of the things that we're proposing. Just because they come under the name Conservative proposal does not mean that they are not positive and good ideas. Particularly around planning compliance, I think all of us would like to see some sort of deterrent, which I think that really would give. And also would give protection to people who are nervous to come forward, because then the person whose application it is would not know whether it was because someone had reported it or they've been randomly selected. So I would ask you to give that time, but I say not naive to the political arithmetic of the chamber. When it comes to the 4-day week, we're never going to agree. I think that has gone on between the two parties throughout the last 2 years. But I do feel it is incredibly important that residents have a say as to what happens at this council. And I say this on the backdrop that we don't really know what's happening. We're seeing elections being cancelled. We don't know when actually residents are going to get a chance to have their say in this. Now, there wasn't any questions asked at scrutiny, but the leader did refer to referendums in her response when we first moved this proposal, and suggested that referendums are meaningless. And I would just say that a referendum is only meaningless if you're not prepared to listen to the outcome of it. I think it is an important part of the democratic process. We use them for neighbourhood plans. They are something that happens up and down the country on a regular basis. And something as fundamentally different, that to my knowledge was not part of any party's manifesto, I think the electorate and our residents have the right to a view on that. Now, we haven't brought this previously because we believed that the consultation would provide people that opportunity. However, the fact that the only substantive question in the consultation is whether, if you are looking for a job, would you be more interested because of the 4-day week, and not actually asking residents directly the question, are you okay with this? Are you happy with this? Which, if the ruling group are so confident that this is the way forward and that they have that support, why would you fear that question? And why would you try and stand in the way of actually giving residents a say? You can take to the streets and campaign. One thing I'll always say, if anybody in this room is a good campaigner. That's how we get to this place. Why would you be afraid of that? So we're not. We believe we've judged the mood right. You have an opportunity to prove us wrong if you were to support what we're aiming to do here. I think I'll leave it there, Chair. I've put a plea for the other things. I realise, we're trying to be sensible today. But really, I think that the time has come to ask residents if they're okay with this, and our budget proposal seeks to address that.
Thank you. Before I ask Councillor Williams, I think, to reply to that, I was taking it that Councillor Graham Cohen, in seconding the amendment, would want to speak after Councillor Williams has replied. Am I correct? Yes. And I should, members, have reminded you that the amendment has been printed and is on page 205 of your papers, so Appendix J. So we then move to Councillor John Williams to reply to the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Well, first of all, can I assure the Leader of the Opposition that we do take this amendment very seriously. In fact, I asked the officers to look at your proposals.
I have not made a proposal, but carry on.
Yeah, to see whether or not, whether or not we could take any on board. And there are a couple where, at the time, the reason why it wasn't discussed at scrutiny, because at the time we didn't actually know what our final budget was. Unfortunately, we were not aware of the final settlement by that time, so we couldn't conclude our own budget. And in fact, you'll see in the budget, there are a number of new items that weren't in the budget that went to Cabinet, because it wasn't until after Cabinet that we knew the full financial situation of the council and were able to do some things. And some of those things are picked up in your amendment, although they're slightly different, because having discussed your amendment with officers, the officers suggested to us different ways of doing things. So that's why we've got some new things. We've got some things that were completely new. We've got some things, areas that you've already mentioned. But at the end of the day, I can assure you that we did fully consider your amendments. Now, the biggest, I think, issue that we have with your amendments, and I'm very grateful actually that you accept the council tax increase in your amendment, because you haven't opposed it in your amendment, so we assume that you accept the council tax increase. But one of the things big areas that probably you and I have the biggest difference is in the transformation programme, where you want to disband the transformation team, a team that's actually delivering quite considerable savings for this council and is actually very useful for us going forward with the local government reorganisation. And what you want to do is to use money that we would be spending on a very successful team that is helping us actually find productivity improvements on a referendum. Now, can I remind you that the 4-day week is all about service delivery, okay? It's not an ideological position that you would like to tell us it is, because it isn't. It was purely a way to try and improve recruitment and retention and staff well-being. And they are operational matters. And what matters to us is the outcome of that on our services. Hence, the consultation is about our residents' experience on the service delivery during the past 2 years when we have had and we must remember, this is the 4-day week's been going on for 2 years now, and that experience compared with the experience they had before when we had a 5-day week. And that's the purpose of the consultation, so that, I think I've said this before, so that we can have a look at the KPIs and the other evidence that we've got before us and see whether or not that is actually telling us a true picture. And we won't know that, obviously, in the consultation. So that's the reason why the consultation is not a referendum, and the reason why the bulk of your budget amendment was not acceptable to us.
Before I call Councillor Dan Lentell to speak, I'm sure that Councillor John Williams, as one of the most experienced councillors here, will be aware that I did not, as Chair, propose anything specifically. Would members please address their comments to the Chair? Councillor Dan Lentell.
Thank you, Chair. Just to remind members that if the 4-day week is about staff welfare, then it really doesn't help that the original report presented to us, councillors, had items redacted from it, negative data points redacted from it, and that these points were taken out. We've got the track changes document, over 50 emails sent to the independent people at the Bennett Institute, who I notice are no longer involved in the project. We've not had honesty when it comes to the 4-day weeks, 5 days paid for 4 days worked. And we need to be clear about that.
I would remind you that we're not debating the 4-day week at this point. Thank you for your conclusion. Now, I think next come to Councillor Graham Cohn to second the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I don't want to duplicate too much. Essentially, I support these proposals because I think it's what our residents expect of us. I think they do want a say on the 4-day working week, and I don't think the consultation that has been put out delivers on that. So on the transformation issues, I think there is also a lot of money being spent on transformation, so I think residents are concerned about that. So I am happy to second these proposals.
Thank you. I think, members, we will now move to a recorded vote on the amendment. If we could set that up, please. We're voting on the amendment. We will. Yes.
You thought it was Christmas. People can change their answers.
Just press the other button.
They just press the other button.
So we are voting on the amendment.
You can just press the other button.
Yes, I think I made it very clear at the start that we were voting on the amendment. So if you support the amendment, you press green. If you do not support the amendment, you press red. If you want to abstain, you press yellow. And if you wish, you can press the button to change your vote before we draw this vote to a conclusion. I'm not going to start the vote again. So, has everyone voted who wants to vote? I think we have all voted. There are 27 voted against that amendment, 7 in favour, 1 abstention. That amendment is defeated, and we move back to consider the original motion. And then at the end of this debate, we will move to a recorded vote. Do I have any more speakers wanting to speak on the original motion? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. As I said earlier, not the shock of the century that that's how it went, but I'm at least pleased to hear that some consideration was given of those things. The reason we put forward amendments is because we weren't happy with how things were. And I'm going to just highlight as quickly as I can why. I think the interest...
Williams, I don't want to repeat the debate on the amendment. We've had that. So we return to the
as in
main
why
motion.
I'm not supporting
Fine, thank you.
the general fund. I've raised earlier that I'm concerned about the amount we're paying in interest. There is forecast an increase in borrowing, which would lead to more interest. And it's not, we are talking millions of pounds in interest, so it's not a small figure at all. When it comes to transformation, and if we give it the most benefit of the doubt of taking out the other service areas of transformation, sort of calculates that 35% is spent on the actual direct transformation itself. So that means we've spent over £10 million to save 1.7, not the 2 million is the target, but that has successfully been failed every single time. So I do think that the approach, I'm not opposed to transformation, but the approach to it needs to fundamentally change. I can provide the calculations in an adjournment, Chair, because I've got very puzzled faces opposite me if required. I think the way that this is going, the contingency is going down, And that concerns me, because if we look at the section in our report on risk, that talks about general risk and specific risk. And I'll just pull the page up to help members on that. We're looking, so it's paragraph 90 of our report, I believe page 159 off the top of my head. Yes, there we are. In our own report, after it sums up the risks, it says inevitably during the year some of these risks will occur and impact on the budget, and yet we can see the contingency has been reduced by 50%. And then we look at the previous year on our spending, and if we look at page 165, you look on the left-hand column at the top, with the exception of planning, every other service has exceeded on their probable outturn their estimate. So every department has spent more than it was intending to. And then we see in this budget in some areas that reducing again. And then we see that it also says in the report that there is risks and the contingency is reduced. And we also don't know exactly how long it's going to take for interest rates to come down. So all in all, when I factor all these things in, I am very concerned about the risk appetite that has been taken. There is an element of tolerance, and actually members of our party contributed to that when we ran the council with things like Ermine Street, and there was no external borrowing on the general fund, and there was reserves in place as well. So I'm not saying that investing in things is a bad thing. We've done it, and I think we've all come to the conclusion that Ermine Street is a good thing. But right now, I do not feel that the risk appetite is right for this council.
Councillor Williams. Now, the next thing I'm going to do, I think, is to call Councillor Bridget Smith, who seconded the original motion. But before I do that, let me just check whether there are, in fact, any other members who wish to speak on the original motion. We're talking about item 7D, the General Fund Revenue and Capital Budget. Any other members? I think not. Leader, would you like to respond to the debate, to second the motion?
Thank you. Yes, I mean, I'll leave any specifics to Councillor Williams. Just need to remind everybody.
Sorry, Leader, I won't be calling Councillor Williams again.
Okay, I'll do my best. Okay. So, you know, we do have 27 million in reserves, so it's more than that. It's around about so in general reserves. You know, government's got its eye on reserves. It doesn't like councils holding massive reserves, and there's a real risk that we will start being being penalised for it. The last government didn't like it, and this government doesn't like it very much. So, you know, building up massive reserves is not seen as a good thing. But I would just remind you all that this plan is the foundation for the corporate plan. You know, I think we have our risk appetite absolutely right. You know, if one is 100% risk averse, you don't do anything. All right, you have to accept, you have to manage risk, and I think what we do very effectively, and I thank members of all parties who've helped work on that, is I think we manage our risk very, very well. But as you know, we've already, Councillor Williams talked about Ermine Street. Absolutely, Ermine Street's a good thing. You know, it has evolved over the years. It's proved to be responsive to need. We gave it a load more money recently to start investing in HMOs because we had a shortage of HMOs, and you know, some new properties with a high return, but also which are really meeting needs. So I'm very pleased that it's evolved in order to be responsive to what's happening in the new world. But you know, we have over the last couple of years, I mean, really since COVID, you know, we've seen increased demand for, you know, reactive services. You know, we all know that the counties are being, you know, horrendously hit by this, be it homelessness or SEND or adult social care, children's services and so on. It's going up and going up. And it's going up for us as well. And I think we've reacted to it very, very well because we know we have discretionary spend. And I think we've used that discretionary money very, very wisely to start addressing some of the new emerging demands, which many other councils aren't as privileged as we are to be able to deal with. So, you know, this is the foundation for the corporate plan, which we've just approved, and I do hope that you'll be able to support it. And I thank all the team thank Councillor Williams in particular for all the huge amount of very careful work that's gone into this. And just one last word, Councillor Williams. John Williams. Thank all Williams. We gave a huge amount of time to considering your amendment this year, more than we've ever done in the past, and we did it with a very, very open mind. And as Councillor John Williams said, you know, it was sent back to officers to ask their views on it. So, you know, we have done our very best on it this year, better than I think in previous years in reality.
Thank you. We now move direct to a recorded vote on item 7D, which, to remind you, just in case there's any doubt in the matter, is the General Fund Revenue and Capital Budget for 25-26. So if you're in favour of that, press green. If you're against, press 7. And if you wish to abstain, obviously yellow. Have we all voted?
That's everybody, Chair.
That's everybody. So that motion is passed, 27 votes in favour, 8 against, no abstentions. We now come to the housing revenue account, the revenue and capital budget for 25-26. Before we deal with this, I'm proposing that we take a break after we have dealt with the council tax resolution itself at item 8, before we get to the pay policy statement. I think it would be tempting fate to predict how long it will take us to get to that point. So if anyone would like me to call an earlier adjournment, we can do so, an earlier break. Happy with that? Members, let's proceed. Item 7E is the housing revenue account, revenue and capital budget for 2025-26. And I call on the lead member for resources to present the report and move the recommendations.
Thank you, Chair. This is the number one, isn't it?
It's all right.
Right.
You'll know.
Was that a proposal? Did I hear a proposal that we take our break slightly earlier?
I'm not moving the housing revenue account. John Batchelor is.
No, I think he's
I'm
seconded it.
seconding.
You're
Oh, right, okay. So that's fine, that's fine. I thought I was seconded it if John was...
Would members like to take the break now and come back after? I think that might be a good idea. Let's come back at 3:45.
Been told keep going, keep going.
We're going to keep
My
going.
inclination as well, but I'm afraid we have now decided to take a break, and we will break for 10 minutes, and I'd ask members to be back in their seats for 3:45, please. Members, I'd start, but I know that biscuits get priority. Let's make a start on item 7E. We'll resume this meeting of the... and we will have biscuits and flapjacks at the next break, possibly if we're lucky. Meanwhile, back to item 7E, the housing revenue account, revenue and capital budget for 2025-26. And I think that I'm calling on Councillor John Williams as the lead cabinet member for resources to present the report and move the recommendations.
Thank you, Chair. The Leader of Opposition has given me a flapjack, so I'm having trouble speaking now. I don't know if that was deliberate or not. But I will soldier on. As I always remind members, I'm sure members don't need to remind him, but the wider audience might do, that the housing revenue account is ring-fenced, which means that we cannot subsidise it from council tax. It has to stand alone, and that the rents that our tenants pay have also not only paid for the repair and maintenance of their homes, but also our capital programme to build more houses, council houses. So in that context, we really have had no choice but to put council rents up by 2.7%, which is the maximum that we are permitted to do, because we need to continue to build back more council houses. I'm really pleased to see that at the end of the financial year, we should have over 5,800 council homes. That's nowhere near, I think, the 9,000 that we had originally, but it's starting to go in the right direction. And since we took control of this council, we have seen a positive increase in the number of council homes built compared to the number that have been lost to right to buy. And with the changes in the right to buy legislation, which is enabling us to spend more right to buy money and making it more difficult for people to under right to buy, I hope we will continue to have success in building more council homes to offset those that are lost through right to buy. But my colleague, Councillor John Batchelor, will go into details on this. So I move the report.
So I now call for a seconder. Councillor John Batchelor, did you want to speak now or at the end of a possible debate?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak now, please, if that's fine. So just to emphasise what Councillor Williams has been saying about the size of the business of our housing stock. 5,800 houses, that gives us an asset base of £1.8 billion at market rates. Our capital programme is 73 million in the coming year, and our revenue spend is 29 million. So that's a £102 million business that needs good management. And thankfully, that's what we've got. If we look at the new housing, our target is 75 new houses per year, affordable. That will be exceeded significantly this year. In addition to the 75, we have attracted government grants to a significant level, which has provided a further 80 properties. These are initially for refugees and for temporary accommodation, but in due time will come down into our stock. And why is the government so keen to give us money? Because we're one of the few organisations that still has in-house expertise in the purchase of properties. And to that end, I mean, just to purchase 80 houses, in a short space of time is a considerable achievement, and that's down to our new build team with Kirsten Donaldson and to Ermine Street under Ataf Sayed. That is a real achievement. And of course, the whole organisation is under Peter Campbell and his team, who have done a brilliant job, and of course, with my great help. But apart from that, okay, thank you. That's all I have to answer.
Does anyone wish to speak on this item 7E? I think I have Councillor Richard Williams and then Councillor Heather Williams and Councillor Dan Lintel. Councillor, Dr. Richard Williams, please.
Okay, just a quick question on the rent proposed increase for affordable shared ownership properties, which is subparagraph D on page 209. That's going up by 4%. I'll assume that the reason for that increase, which I understand to be the maximum possible increase, is for the same reason that was given in terms of the increase in affordable rents. And I would accept in good faith that that's the intention, is to increase the amount of money that's available to flow into other houses. But can I just ask what the long-term policy is on this? Because if we keep on raising things like these charges, in this case by an amount that's above inflation, we're increasingly going to find that they are unaffordable shared ownership properties. As we all know, South Cambridgeshire is an expensive area. Even with the shared ownership discount, people will pay quite a lot for their percentage of house. And if we are continually raising the rent element by the maximum possible, as I say, we are going to get to a point where they are unaffordable shared ownership properties. So what's the long-term policy on ensuring that the affordable part of it stays affordable?
Councillor Williams, are you happy to deal with that in summing up the debate, or do you want to refer that to Councillor Batchelor to answer at this stage? Councillor John Batchelor. Yes, that is. Councillor Batchelor, why don't you hold on and we'll see if there are any other questions. You can take them together. I think next we have Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you. And what a modest end to the introduction of the item from Councillor John Batchelor. I think it's valid points that Councillor Richard Williams raises, and I do share the concern that if we're not careful, these will no longer be affordable, because also, obviously, mortgage rates increasing. If we then do the rent share as well, it feels almost for some people if it becomes a bit of a trap in the system. And it's a system set up with good intentions, as often these things are. We need to make sure we're not making things unintentionally worse. I'd also like to know on that whether it applies to equity share. For some of our elderly residents, they were able to do equity share, which I believe is potentially a bit different, so whether it's applying to them as well. But on a slightly separate issue, on F, which is on 210, it says that if a council dwelling is an EPC rating of A or B, which is where the council, of my understanding, wants to get their housing stock, understandably for environmental reasons high, then the increase in charge is 105% of target rent. So that's above target rent. And I just feel that that kind of sends the wrong message. And actually, it means that the rent will be higher for people who want to do the right things and want that sort of more sustainable home. And actually, the people that could benefit the most out of having their bills lowered and what have you and support, then the rents, they've got to come across with that barrier of then an increased rent. So I'm not sure, to be honest, whether F, actually, you almost create, inversely, a bit of a green tax in that 5%. And I don't think really that's what the council wants to be doing. So I think it's going to be a no from me for today on that section. But I hope that you'll take note of what we've said, particularly on that, because I don't want to disincentivise greening of things. And actually, are we going to be making it unaffordable because of the council's aspirations?
Councillor Dan Nentel.
Thank you, Chair. Putting up council house rents in a cost of living crisis should be the very last thing that a responsible council does. The context is always going to be complicated. There are always going to be reasons for doing it. This is an organisation where 1 in 5 staff don't need to turn up on any given day with no discernible decrease in productivity, but we'll put up taxes and we'll put up council house rents. I think that says it all, really, question mark.
Thank you. I now call on Councillor John Batchelor to answer the questions, and then we'll come to Councillor John Williams to sum up.
Lovely, thank you very much. On the 4% increase on shared ownership properties, we have little flexibility on this. The government requirement is that at a certain date that inflation rate is taken, and oddly, for shared ownership is a different date to the regular rents. You see the 2.7 is 2.7 because at September 24, the inflation rate was 1.7. The inflation rate in December was 3.5. So that is actually the reason there's any difference between the two rents. Overall, we have to bear in mind what John told you earlier, that this is a closed account. We have to find all our costs out of rental income. We have no option in that. These two increases are in fact significantly below the borrowing rate as it stands at the moment, which is around 6%. So, we have to live in the real world and we have to deliver a balanced budget because there's no option in the matter. If we're looking at the AB business and increasing that to 105, or actually 5% increase, that simply reflects the additional costs that we put into these houses in order to bring them up to a particular standard. New builds which actually deliver at a passive house standard, or A, B area, cost something in the region of £25,000 more than a standard property. So that, I'm afraid, has to reflect. Now, we should also understand the background to this. 40% of our tenants are on housing benefit, either 100% or some proportion. And so that these sort of increases are mitigated by that. And I think that's the answer to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor John Williams, if you want to reply to the debate.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think, as Councillor Batchelor has said, it's when you're dealing with your own housing stock, you are in a bubble in a way, in that your expenditure and income is within whatever it is within your housing stock. I mean, take for example, if you look in the paper, you will see that we have a £270 million bill at the moment because many years ago, and for very good reasons, previous council took out a £205 million loan in order for us to get our housing rents back from the government so that we could build more council houses. Didn't quite work out that way because the government then changed the rules so we couldn't use all that money to build council houses. But nevertheless, it was a very good reason to do that. However, as a result of that, our housing revenue account has already got quite a sizable debt for payment of that loan, because we had to take a loan out to pay for that. Also, if you look at the average social rent, it's with the 2.7%, this is going to rise to £129.98 a week, right? That's the average. Now, as Councillor Batch said, 40% of our tenants don't actually pay that because they get housing benefit, but it also means that we get a very small amount of housing benefit because our social rents are low. So you have to take all that into account when you look at this, and unfortunately, we would dearly like to have, lower rents, but we understand that we need to increase rents by as much as we can in order to deliver on the new housing that we need to deliver and on the maintenance and repair of our existing stock, because we are also required to ensure that we improve our standards. Quite rightly, right across social housing, the standards have got to be improved, and that means we've got to spend more money on maintenance and repair, as well as more money on spending on building more council houses, because we have over 200,000 on our housing waiting list. So, we are caught between the devil and the deep blue sea so far as the housing revenue account is, and I can assure you that we are doing our best to mitigate the effect of that on our council tenants. And so I would ask you to accept this report and agree the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. I think Councillor Richard Williams has a point of information, am I right?
Yeah, did just want to raise a point, Chair, just in response to something the Cabinet Member for Housing said. The Cabinet Member for Housing implied that there was no choice here, that it was obligatory. There is a choice because the law is that you can raise rent by RPI plus 5%. It's not that you must, and I think it's important that the Council is clear on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor John Williams, I think, accepts that. Right. So, with that accepted, we have concluded the debate, and this being a budget item, we now move directly to a recorded vote. Usual rules apply.
Chair, as per our request, we would like to support the administration's ambitions for the capital programme, but for the reasons we've outlined, couldn't on the revenue if we're able to take those votes as we've done in previous years separately.
Okay, so we'll take separate votes on the...
I think it was A to E and G, wasn't it?
A to G is the first vote.
I think that if I'm not clear myself on what we're taking the vote on, it may be difficult for members. So you'll bear with me a moment while I just work out what separate vote we are taking first. Members, just to be clear, we're on item 7D, and we're going to take the vote on the general fund revenue, which on page little 2 of your agenda is items A, B, C, D, E, and F, and G, the review of reserves, and we will then subsequently come to a separate vote on H, which is the general fund capital programme, as shown in Appendix 1. So on those A to G of item 7D, if you support the proposal, press green. If you oppose it, press red. If you want to abstain, yellow. concluded the vote on that, and that is passed with 27 votes in favour and 7 opposed. 26 votes and 7 opposed. Thank you. And then we will take a separate vote without further debate on item H, which is to approve the General Fund Capital Programme, and that's as shown in Appendix 1 on pages 147 onwards. So can we clear the first vote and we'll move to a separate vote? No, we have voted and passed items A, B, C, D, E, and F and G. And we're now moving to the capital element, which is...
Yes.
I see. Right, so we're taking 7E and... No, I'm sorry, we're going to take a vote on item H of 7D, as I originally said. We will then come to item 7E next. So for the moment we are on, in your agenda, if you look at page 2, we are on item 7D, which is the General Fund Revenue and Capital Budget.
Housing.
Chair, can I suggest you look at page 210?
Thank you. Just to clarify then, I was looking at the wrong item there. We're on item 7E, the housing revenue, yes, 7E. And we have taken a separate vote on items A, B, C, D, E, F and G. And now we're moving to the HRA capital on page 4 of your agenda, and we will take a further vote on items H, I and J to approve the required level of funding for new build investment, to approve the HRA medium-term financial strategy forecast, and to approve the housing capital programme. So if you're in favour of those items, press green, and if you're against, press red.
That's everybody, Chair.
That's everybody, and I think we have agreed that unanimously. Now, we now move to item 7F. I look around the room in case anyone has a different view. So 7F is the localised council tax support scheme for 2025-26 on page 4 of your printed agenda. And I then call on the lead Cabinet Member for Resources, Councillor John Williams, to move the recommendation as set out in paragraph 2. That's page 239 of your agenda. Councillor John Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I hope this is not going to be contentious. I know in the past everyone has supported this. I'm assuming that everyone will continue to support it. It's been a highly successful scheme. We are now helping well over 7,200 households. And I'm very pleased that we are continuing with it. We're increasing in line with the inflation level that was in place in September. Again, I think as Councillor Batchelor explained with council rents, we have to take, for this scheme, we have to take the CPI at September 2024. So we can't increase or whatever beyond that. So it's 1.7%, and I'm very pleased to say that we are only one of 3 councils in Cambridgeshire that offer 100% relief on council tax bills. I'm sad to see that East Cambs only offers 91.5%, Fendon 80%, and Peterborough 70%. So I do hope they, with the local government reorganisation, that people get a better deal in those places. Thank you.
And now, before I call on Councillor Henry Batchelor to second that recommendation, does anyone wish to speak on that? I think I have Councillor Heather Williams. Any others? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I remember sitting in this room with councillors Hawkins, Councillor Bradnam and others, and we fought for the banded system and to make sure, and I think everybody here will remember the first council sort of policy they're involved in, and it becomes quite precious. So this brings a smile to me every time, because I was very proud to be part of that. I think it's right to do the increases as has been put through, and 100% support. Reference has been made to other authorities. I wouldn't seek to decide what, they have the facts and I won't, but they also did freeze council tax for 12 years, so perhaps the burden of council tax isn't so high in East Cambridgeshire.
I now call Councillor Henry Batchelor. Councillor Batchelor, I apologise for not giving you the opportunity to speak as you seconded it, but I hope that you'll be able to sum up as well as second the motion.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I think as we've heard, this is a generally supported scheme, so I won't say a huge amount on it, but it's probably just worth mentioning that this was in response to a cost of living crisis that was running through the country. So I think it's something we as a council, regardless of which side of the chamber you sit on, we can be very proud of doing to support the people that live in South Cambridgeshire. Every time we undertake surveys of the public and indeed our own staff here, the cost of living work that we provide and the support we provide as a council always scores really highly, and I think we've actually seen evidence of that in one of the supplements to a previous item. So, I fully support this and, hope it continues as long as it's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Batchelor. I think we move directly to a recorded vote on this. So if you're in favour, press green, and if you're opposed, press red. Seems to be 32 of us voted. How are we doing? Is that everyone? So we have all voted, 33 in favour. We are unanimous in approving the local council tax support scheme for 2025-26. We now move to item 8, which is the council tax resolution, which is on page 241 to 256 of your papers, printed papers. This is the council tax resolution for 2025-26. And I call on the lead cabinet member for resources, Councillor John Williams, to present the report and move the recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. I just move the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. And I think, Councillor Bridget Smith, you're prepared to second this. Do you wish to speak now? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. There was an assumption made earlier by the lead member for finance on this item, and I would say assumptions are quite often dangerous things and not always correct. The reason that it wasn't in our alternative budget about freezing council tax was because the price of democracy, we believed, was worth it. We had a referendum, and if you look, it's actually quite similar in those costings, and we felt that this year to increase in order to achieve that was an acceptable, and as I say, democracy does cost money. However, the administration has not adopted that amendment, and so in that case we do not believe that it is right to increase council tax on our residents at present for numerous reasons, some of which have been listed earlier in the cost of living. But we have not always opposed council tax increases. It's only if we don't think they are necessary. It's only if we don't believe that they are necessary, or that we believe that they are being put on for reasons that don't actually give value for money. That's how we feel at the moment. And that's why we vote against the budget, and why we will vote against increasing council tax whilst we pay officers not to work.
Then call Councillor Dan Lentell.
I do think it would help if the councillors who, the word isn't jeered, I suppose the word is groaned at Councillor Heather Williams's comment about the council paying staff not to work. How do you guys plan on, through the chair, how do councillors plan to explain to their residents that this council is giving 52 days a year extra paid leave to council staff, we're putting up council taxes, we're putting up social housing rents, and almost certainly the Lib Dem supermajority is going to vote itself a pay rise. We should be doing everything possible to make sure that social housing rents don't go up and that council taxes don't go up. Unless we've done that, unless we can look our residents in the eye and say we have done everything possible, then we shouldn't do this, and I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lental. Now, it wasn't clear to me earlier, I think Councillor Bridget Smith, in seconding this, said she would speak at the end, so if you would combine that with summing up, that would be helpful. Councillor Bridget Smith, Leader.
Sorry, I'm just going to think whether to respond to that, but I don't think it really merits a response at this stage of the game. I think Councillor Williams has and I think the whole debate today has sort of set out why we need to be doing what we're doing, what's proposed here, in order to deliver on our business plan, to make sure that we continue to deliver best value, we continue to deliver improved services, and we continue to meet the needs of our residents. So I think, other than that, I don't really think I need to say anything else.
Right. So just to be clear, Councillor Smith, you don't want to respond to the question raised by Councillor Lental? No obligation to do so?
No, I really don't.
Right. So we then, I didn't see any other speakers, so we then move directly to a recorded vote on the council tax resolution for 2025-26. If you want to approve that as proposed, you vote green. If you want to oppose it, you vote red. Bear with us, we're just ensuring that everybody who wants to has had a chance to vote. Right, so the council tax resolution for 2025-26 as proposed is passed by 26 votes to 7, so that is agreed. We then move on to item 9, which is the pay policy statement, which is on pages 257 to 270. And I call on the lead Cabinet Member for Resources to present the report and move the recommendations. Councillor John Williams. Yes, sorry, to be clear, this is item 9, the pay policy statement. We'll just give it a moment till... when you're ready.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. There's no great difference to previous years. I'm delighted to say that the ratio between the most chief executive pay and the lowest grade on pay scale is 1 to 7, which is very favourable, one of the lowest in local government, as well as certainly much lower than in the private sector. We also, the ratio between male and female is very much in favour of females, and that recognises the fact that many of our senior posts are held by women. So I'm very pleased with the pay summit, and also, of course, that we do not pay below the real living wage. Thank you.
Thank you, and I now call for a seconder on this proposal. Councillor Bridget Smith, do you want to speak now, or...?
No, I'll withhold my right to speak.
To the end? We may be at the end. Let's see, does anyone else want to speak on this? Dr. Richard Williams and Councillor Sue Ellington after that, thank you. And Councillor Heather Williams. So 3 speakers, I think. Any others? No. Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. So as the report notes on page 257, we're required to approve this by the Localism Act, and the Act defines, as paragraph 5 says, remuneration widely to include paid charges, fees and allowances. Now, there's no mention of the 4-day week in this policy statement, and indeed it says, under paragraph 1.3, that the terms and conditions of employment for the senior staff are determined in accordance with collective agreements negotiated nationally. Now, I would argue that's not the case in South Cambridgeshire, because our senior staff are being employed currently on very different terms, where they're being paid 5 days for 4 days. Certainly, if this becomes a permanent policy, and you actually change people's contracts of employment, this will be inaccurate, unarguably so. So would the administration commit, if they decide, as I suspect they will, to make the 4-day week permanent, that we will get the opportunity to vote on this again? Because it will, at that point, definitely be inaccurate. There will be very different terms and conditions.
Members, forgive me, I think there was another speaker before I come to Councillor Heather Williams, and I have forgotten. I beg your pardon, Councillor Sue Ellington.
Thank you, Chair. It's more a comment than a question, really. And I'm very interested to note that the gender gap leans very heavily, well, not very heavily, but levelly on the side of females. And being a female, I'm never so happy about that. But it does seem to me that if it had been gauged towards male, we would have been liable to have taken action to level it all up. And I just note with interest that here we are saying, isn't this nice? Whereas if it was the other way around, it would be, we really ought to do something about that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now call Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I will be listening very carefully to the response given to Councillor Richard Williams about whether this will be brought back to us ahead of any changes in relation to the 4-day week. That's not preempting the outcome of that, but it's a commitment that this will be brought back and can be altered as is appropriate. And I do agree, you know, what we want is parity and equality. That has to happen for everybody. And yes, I always feel slightly uncomfortable the way this is reported. I'm not saying it's a negative thing, but equally, wouldn't it be nice if we get to a situation where we don't have to report this? Because for me, that would then be actually equality. In relation to my question, I asked it at Audit and Corporate Governance, and I didn't manage to get a response, so I'm going to try again here. So on page 265, when it comes to severance payments, there is a threshold, and I must admit, it's been a while since we've done this, but we obviously see through the accounts of agreements, and there was one agreement that was 119,000, I believe, off the top of my mind. So I'm just wondering what the benchmark is for when things have to come to full council and those sign-off processes, because that's a lot of money to be paying to, you know, make somebody no longer work here, really. And just wondering what the threshold is.
Right. Now, Councillor Bridget Smith is going to reply to the debate and second it in a moment. I just wonder whether she wants to refer that question to Councillor John Williams, and then we'll come back to Councillor Bridget Smith. I took it that way. Councillor John Williams, are you in a position to address that question?
Thank you, Chair. No, I think I have to take advice and write to the Leader of the Opposition. I'm not clear exactly what that position is. I mean, the difficulty is that with such a small organisation as ours, you can very easily then find out who that person is, and that person will then be discussed at full council, and that may not be appropriate for us to do that. So I need to take some advice on this before I respond.
That sounds reasonable. Just Councillor Heather Williams has a point of personal information.
Yes, just to be completely clear for the lead member. So we have a threshold, which could be 100,000, 150, where, and it's in closed session, and we had it before when a chief executive was leaving, where it's a full council decision because the amount that's being spent in their severance payment or to give them early access to their pension or make them redundant goes over the threshold. So I'm not seeking to discuss any individual. I'm asking what our current threshold is. And I would hope that actually that should be something that's very clear. It says it's done in the way
I think that
of
deals with the point of
change.
personal information. We should keep this.
But I
brief.
asked the question
And I
before,
think that
Chair,
was-
and I'm still waiting for an answer. Can I have a guarantee I will get an answer to my question?
No, to be clear, I'll say that from the chair. You cannot guarantee you'll get an answer to your question now. Councillor Williams has offered to deal with that by separate correspondence. May like to reiterate the reasons for that.
I'll do it because obviously, you know, I think to protect the person involved.
So we then move, I appreciate that may not be entirely what the Leader of Opposition was seeking, but we will deal with it outside of this meeting. We then move to Councillor Bridget Smith to second the motion and in doing so to sum up.
Thank you very much indeed. So I don't know the answer to that question either. Councillor Ellington raises a good point. You know, this is a statutory requirement that we report in this way. And again, Councillor Heather Williams said success looks like, you know, actually the need to do it isn't there anymore. And, you know, and I would dearly like us, you know, the reason it's skewed is because of the waste service. I would dearly like to, you know, like us to be more successful than we are in recruiting women in the waste service as drivers and operatives and so on. I know we've gone to considerable trouble. I think at one time we had posters on the side of the lorries saying, you know, if you're women, come and work for us, because actually it's a really good job for women, particularly if they have to do school runs and things like that, because, you know, they finish about sort of 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so it frees you up to do all the other demands that are traditionally female, but not always. But you know, until that time comes, then we'll have to continue. I mean, I believe, and I might have to ask for some clarification on this, we are going to be monitoring 2 other things. I think disability on pay, aren't we? I think voluntary, may I come down, and there's something else as well, I've escaped my mind. Disability and something diversity. So, you know, we're going to be monitoring pay then, and I believe, you know, that we are taking it upon ourselves to do that because we think we need to. We think it's useful information that all members will appreciate. Right, I don't have anything else to say.
Right. I think we will then move to a vote. Can we take this by affirmation? This is not technically a budget item, so we are able to do that, or do we need an electronic vote?
Chair, we've not had an answer to whether this will be brought back. I think that would determine the vote.
Yeah.
If we have reassurance that this will be brought back before any terms and conditions, I think that does alter the outcome potentially of the vote.
I think we need to move to a vote, am I right?
Well, I don't think at this point in time I can say, all right, because I think we don't know. I don't know, and I need to have, you know, we need to have a discussion about, you know, what happens then.
Yes.
So I don't want to predetermine anything.
I'm afraid we can't get that assurance now. We move to a vote on the pay policy statement as set before you, pages 257 to 270, and we'll take that by electronic vote. So if you want to approve the pay policy statement as set out, press green. If you do not, press red. Everybody has voted on that, and the pay policy statement as set out is approved by 27 votes to 6. We'll then move on to the report of the Independent Remuneration Panel on members' allowances for 24-25, which is on page 271 and on of your papers. In this case, I'm going to ask Andrew Francis to present the report.
Thank you, Chair. The report before you is the report from the Independent Remuneration Panel, recommending changes to the scheme of members' allowances for the year 2024-2025. In addition to changes to the scheme of allowances, the panel have also recommended some further work to be done next year to try and get us to a more proactive position on member allowances because they're coming quite late in the year at the moment, and to look further ahead with the work that happens and tie the increase to allowances to officer pay increases. So hopefully fairly straightforward, but on pages 271 and 272 of your agenda.
Thank you, Andrew. We have the recommendations, which are set out in paragraphs 4A, B and C on pages 271 and 272 of the pack. Do we have a proposer? Councillor Brown-Milnes.
Thank you, Chair. We regularly come back to this contentious issue. And we have, in recent times, accepted the IRP's recommendations, but we've also had ongoing conversations about doing a deep dive into the whole process. When we took over the administration in 2018, comparators were other local councils, for example, the much less spending council in East Cambridgeshire. But there is no comparison in terms of the sort of work that we do as two different authorities. So actually, I think that the IRP are talking about doing a review this immediately so that we can move to a in advance settlement rather than where we are now, which is starting in April last year. I mean, it's not much of a savings scheme, to be frank, but that's what we've got, and we ought to move away from that. And then we ought to give some freedom to the IRP to actually do proper comparisons and come back with a new settlement. And I think the impending government reorganisation is going to put this in stark contrast to what we might need, given that we move to unitary councils, and the caseloads and workload of each councillor will be vastly different to what it is now. And it's quite bad speaking as a double hatter right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I ask for a seconder on that, can we just be clear, are we likely to face a further, or to receive a further recommendation from the IRP before the budget meeting next year, in view of the work that you've just outlined, Councillor Milnes?
So it depends whether the IRP are able to do that work in the meantime. So, but they have recommended that they move to a current year rather than in arrears, so it will be down to them. I mean, thankfully, we've agreed, I believe, to actually increase their own allowances for doing this work. Maybe not to commercial rates, but at least something more substantial. So it depends entirely on their availability to do that work.
I think is part of this proposal, isn't it? So I then call for a seconder for this proposal. Councillor John Williams, did you want to speak now?
Yes, I can reserve my right to speak.
Reserve your right to speak. Any other speakers? Councillor Heather Williams.
I do have sympathy with the fact that it is a very awkward thing that we have to do every year, and that really probably should be. I don't think it's good for democracy that we are voting on our own allowances. And I want to make sure that we're really clear about allowances. It's to cover expense and things. Some people think we get paid. None of us in this room get paid. We get given an allowance for the contributions towards our costs. There has been some change in the way that this is looked at, in that the basic allowance is being increased. Every time I've made my submission, I've said the issue is not the SRAs, it's the basic allowance. And that also is because if we're not careful, we will only have one sort of income level type of councillor, that and above. And I think that is concerning for diversity of councillors and everything else that goes forward. It's already hard enough. Your daytime meetings like today, many people have had to take annual leave and the like. But I do feel that we are still far too SRA heavy. there are more SRAs available than there are councillors on this authority, and I don't think that really is right. If you think there's 11 planning committee members all that get an SRA, there's the cabinet, the opposition, all these things, when you add them together, there's a lot more than there are of us. And I think that has been used as a sort of a way that the IRP have been able to inflate some councillors' allowances. So I don't think that's the way. I don't think SRAs are the way to resolve the problem, and until they get it right, I don't feel I can support it.
Councillor Dan Nantel.
Thank you, Chair. What we're discussing here is giving ourselves a backdated remuneration, allowances, pay, whatever you want to call it. Honestly, we've just voted up everybody's taxes. We have just voted up social housing rents, and now we're voting ourselves more money into our pockets. The way to avoid this is to go to people who are cleverer than us, and that is the American founding fathers, who in 1789 drafted an amendment to the Constitution. Delightfully, it wasn't passed until the 1990s. And it's a very short one. It says, no law, I won't do the accent, no law varying the compensation for the services of the senators and representatives shall take effect until the election of representatives shall have intervened. And the principle behind that is the one that we are all struggling with here, which is, of course, we play, as councillors, an important role in our society. But what we must never be seen to do is the thing that we keep doing, and this is the third year that we've done it, is my time here, which is voting money directly backdated into our own pockets. If people think that increasing the rate of remuneration for councillors will get better councillors, will support the councillors that we've got, fair play, good argument, okay? No arguments from me. What I oppose, and I will always vote against, is the idea that our bosses, the people, don't get the final say. We would be far better to follow the principle of the 27th Amendment and defer increases till after the next election to this council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So the 27th Amendment was passed, I think, 210 years after it was proposed. I don't think that is part of Councillor Lintel's proposal, but the proposal, I understand, is that we should come back to this matter after the next elections to this council. Is that right?
My argument is that if we vote for an increase in the remuneration to councillors, it should not take effect until an election of representatives shall have intervened. That's simple.
Thank you for that clarification. Now, I think Richard Williams. Councillor Dr. Richard Williams.
It's a very, very technical short point, Chair. There's a typo, Appendix B, paragraph 3.1.
What page?
277, the decimal point should be a comma. It looks like their allowance is £6 and 0.9 pence.
This is the decimal point on
277, paragraph 3.1. It's a tiny point, but I think it's important it's consistent. The decimal point should be a comma.
£6.90, yes. Right. I don't think we need to take a vote on that one. We now come back to the seconder, which in this case is going to be Councillor John Williams, of course. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Well, we are where we are. We have a system that, like it or not, is the way we decide on our allowances, and we use an independent panel of people to make that decision. Now, we can, at the end of the day, decide not to go with their recommendation, and in the past, sometimes this council has done that. The difficulty is that, if you don't keep up, at least with inflation, then in real terms, your allowances will, be less. And the truth is, it will be harder to find people who are willing to give up the amount of time that they have to give up to help run this council. Now, I don't think, Leader of the Opposition said, that we get an allowance, we're not paid, but even that allowance doesn't cover the costs for me going to my parish council meetings. If I go to, I have 7 parish council meetings, I want to attend all those parish council meetings to give my report, I have to pay for that out of my own pocket. I don't get an allowance from this council to do that. I only get an allowance from this council to attend meetings of this council, by and large here at Camborne. So, we're in a situation where we're basically volunteers. And the amount of money that we are responsible for, and you saw from the budget, I think this year the gross cost of running this council is about 89 million or something. And here we are, it's been decided by volunteers. It would not be acceptable in the private business world. And why should it be acceptable in the public business world? Why on earth do we have councils running up huge debts, going bankrupt? And I would suggest is that members sitting on those councils, could be people on those councils who have the professionalism to avoid that, but they're not on that council because they cannot afford to be. So, this is a very, we've got a very low allowance, so 5% is actually quite a small increase and I would suggest that we go with what the independent panel has suggested. Meanwhile, we continue to try and find a better way of doing this, which truly reflects the effort and the work that members of this council have to put in to make sure that this is a truly functioning council. But I think at the moment, we have no choice but to go with what the independent panel has recommended.
Thank you, members. So we have before us the recommendation that Council approves a revised scheme of members' allowances for 2024-25, remember, which is set out at Appendix B, which includes an increase in the basic allowance to 6,090 and an increase in the special responsibility allowances, dated back to 1st of April 2024. And just to remind you, we have the appendices both A and B, the IRP recommendation. The report is at Appendix A is page 275 and Appendix B is at 277. And this is a report drawn up reflecting the views of the independent members by Ian Senior, who has just retired. And I know we all appreciate his efforts on these and other matters, but let us now move to the vote. And I'm not going to ask if we can do this by affirmation. I think we have to move to a recorded vote on this item as well. So if we could set that up. If you're in favour of accepting the report of the Independent Remuneration Panel, press green. If you're opposed, press red.
That's correct, because one
That's
councillor has
everybody,
left.
right. So we have voted to accept the report of the Independent Remuneration Panel and the revised scheme of members' allowances for 2024-25 by 26 votes in favour and 26 against. So 26 votes in favour and 6 votes against. Did I muddle my words? Yes. I'm just checking that everybody is still paying attention. So let us move to the Swavesey Byways rate for 2025-26. And the proposal for this is on pages 289 to 292. And I call on Councillor Dr. Timmy Hawkins to present the report and move the recommendation.
Thank you very much, Chair. I hope this is a simple, non-controversial one, and we can get through it very quickly. It's the usual annual process where we agree on the Swavesey byways rate, which is set by the advisory committee at the annual meetings. I'm afraid I was unable to attend the last one, but the rate has been kept at the level of £1.20 per hectare for the land owners who are paying. And that is it for the rest of the year till next year when we look at this again.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. And I think we're going to ask Councillor Sue Ellington is going to second this.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I would like to second this proposal. I think just to inform members just a little bit more that this Byways Act of Parliament was created at a time when repairs to the byways or access to the farmers' fields was by wheelbarrow and shovel, with a few bits of hardcore and planings that could be acquired. Life has moved on a little bit and there aren't so many people with wheelbarrows and shovels, so life gets a little bit more difficult. The other difficulty is that many of the byways have now got housing down them, and that means that they are worn out more rapidly. But of course we can't charge those who live in the houses because they don't have 1 point whatever hectares. They've only got a building plot. So trying to keep the balance of what the Act is set out to do and to provide good access for everybody is somewhat difficult, and I spend quite a lot of my time talking to people to make it happen. But I'm very pleased to say that we've had the committee meeting, we're moving forward, and we slightly changed the way things happen, like we have a big tractor and a big grader, which shuffles it all up and makes it better. So thank you for your support, and I would like to second it.
Thank you, Councillor Ellington. Does anyone else wish to speak on this item? Can we take this by affirmation?
Agreed.
Anyone disagree? Anyone wish to abstain? That is agreed. Thank you. We'll move to item 12, take the calendar of meetings, but then I'm proposing we take a further short break before we move on to item 13 and deal with the combined authority issues. So item 12 is the calendar of meetings for 2025-26, and I call on the Elections and Democratic Services Manager to present the report. Andy.
Thank you, Chair. In front of you is in Appendix A to Agenda Item 12 is a calendar of meetings for the next municipal year, 25-26, and seeking approval from Council to get those in the diary.
Thank you, Andrew, and to be clear, that's on page 293 and subsequently. I think I'm going to propose that. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Peter Sanford. Does anyone want to speak on this item? Councillor Heather Williams.
It's only if we could just look, it doesn't need to be in this calendar, but if we could look at a provisional date for Council in March, because it's so much easier to take something out than it is to put it in. And I think quite a few years that I've been elected, we end up having a meeting like we're having next March anyway. And so I was just thinking it's a lot easier to take something out than put it in. And if we could explore that, I'd really appreciate it.
So a provisional council meeting date in March of 2026.
Yes, we normally
I suspect it may be difficult to do that immediately because it has to be coordinated. So I suggest that we will have to come back to that. We can, of course, call an additional meeting at any time, as we've discussed. So I don't propose that we amend this or attempt to amend this schedule now. Right. Does anyone else wish to speak on this item? So with that proviso, are we all in favour of this? Can we take this schedule by information? All agreed? Anyone against? All agreed. So that calendar of meetings is agreed. We're now going to take a short break until 5 p.m. 1700. If we could resume then, please. And we will then move on to item 13. Thank you, members. Thank you. We are now live and we're on item 13 of the South Cambs District Council meeting. And this is the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority. And you have reports in front of you from the various committees or the decision summaries we've received from the Combined Authority, which are on pages 297 onwards. So, do our representatives on the Combined Authority have any comments they wish to make? Just for clarity, the representatives are Councillor Bridget Smith on the board, with John Williams as substitute, Councillors Martin Khan, who's not here, and Councillor Aidan van der Weyer on the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, and Councillor Jeff Harvey on the Audit and Governance Committee.
Martin Carn's online if there are any questions.
Martin Khan is also online, I'm told. So, do our representatives wish to add anything to these reports? Do any members have questions for our representatives on the Combined Authority? I see none.
I see Heather.
Just in time. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Just, I think it was the leader that was on the board that day, but just if we could have a little bit more around bus franchising and how that goes. It's been a big thing, but there are still a lot of concerns, and with everything that's going on with reorganisation, everything else, how solid is that? How does the leader feel about bus franchising?
Councillor Smith.
Well, I voted in support of it because I felt, you know, it was the only way in South Cambridgeshire that we were going to see either the securing of our bus services as near as possible, and any hope of any future increase in bus services. So I think it is the right, there's a very, very detailed business case there, which you can look at if you've got a lot of spare time. I have every confidence in the officer team at the combined authority. I'm confident that they would not be asking us to sign up to something that isn't the right thing to do for our residents. There has been some stuff building up to the election of a new mayor, talking about a new potential new mayor coming in to undo it. I think that would be a terrible mistake, because we would just things would undoubtedly get worse. So I took considerable advice myself. Councillor John Williams, who has subbed for me, he's done a huge amount of work on it, and it's his own professional field as well. Liz Watts has been hugely helpful as well. So I made a well-informed decision to support the move to bus franchising.
Any other questions to our representatives on the Combined Authority? Well, we have no need to take a vote on this. We can merely note it and move on. So we come to item 14, which is the Greater Cambridge Partnership. And to share the decisions made by the Greater Cambridge Partnership since the last meeting, we have reports, this time rather more detailed, pages 335 onwards. Do our representatives on the GCP have any comments they wish to make?
No, thank you. Chair, I'll answer any questions.
Well, I think I have a question for you from Councillor Heather Williams.
Not so much of a question, it was, thank you, I raised this at the GCP and here, and we do have a more substantial report from the GCP, which I very much appreciate, and thank the officers for their work on that. I just wanted to reflect on something, not just the last meeting, but when we started this, you reminded us of the debate, not hate, that we all signed up to. And I'm just wondering whether, and I think this would probably be more of a board function, whether there be consideration for our representative, I appreciate it's Councillor Brian Milnes presently, passing the same at the GCP, because I have to say, what I have witnessed is what I believe far below what we would expect, particularly from the chairing of the Assembly. And actually had a member of the public chuckled and laughed at in relation to horse riding, which I called out as an Assembly member. But I don't because we all sit from different authorities, there's all different codes of conduct, all these different things, it can perhaps mean that we're not sitting on the same playing field. And I'm just wondering if you consider that, because we must ensure that even if we don't agree, that people can have a fair chance at being heard. And I do not believe, as an Assembly member, that always happens.
Councillor Williams, I'm conscious of the fact that you are an Assembly member yourself. You're proposing this for all tiers of both tiers, the GCP, and therefore this would be a decision for the board, or might you propose this at the Assembly in your own right?
With the Assembly, it's not a decision, it's a scrutiny function. At the end of the day, it is the board that sets the tone direction of the authority, and the Assembly scrutinises. I'm quite happy to bring a motion at the Assembly level. If colleagues here, obviously you need a seconder. I'm the only person of my party on the Assembly. If there is somebody from the ruling group that's willing to second that for the Assembly purposes, then I'm more than happy to bring that. But I think the tone needs to come from the board as well. And I don't believe that what we are witnessing, and many people now have commented online, is acceptable behaviour, particularly towards female members of the Assembly, including myself.
Right. Well, Councillor Milnes, we'll come to you in a moment. Any other questions to our principal representatives on the GCP? Councillor Milnes, did you want to comment on that or make any other comments on the board papers?
Yes, I mean, I think this stage of the life of GCP, it may not be a wise time to reconsider the structure of the GCP and the Assembly, which is, it's not what you're asking for.
No, just
so let's take. Why don't we take this
pass
off?
the motion about showing courtesy to people, as we've done here.
Yeah, I heard that part of it, but I'm not sure, other than the Assembly itself, what the, why don't we take this offline? Because I'm certainly happy to discuss, you know, making changes or making representation to the Assembly and the way it's run. So let's do that offline.
I think that is not a matter for decision by this council today,
no.
And it'll be up to other individual Assembly members whether to support such a proposal at a future meeting. But it's helpful that it's been brought forward to be considered here. Any other matters on the GCP board that you wanted to comment on today? Right, we then move on to an update on the Oxcam Pan-Regional Partnership. There have been no meetings, therefore this meeting there is no report to discuss. I wonder whether Bridget Smith, as our principal representative on that, would wish to comment on the Oxcam Pan-Regional Partnership or indeed related developments.
Well, my understanding is that it's really winding down. We've had but having said that, since we had the announcement that government are not going to support pan-regional partnerships, we then had the announcement about the Oxford-Cambridge growth corridor. So I know the few remaining officers are in discussions about whether there is a role for the pan-regional partnership. There hasn't been a meeting. There's a meeting this week, which I unfortunately can't go to, but which Liz Watts is going to attend. So we might know more then. But that's all there is to say.
Did you want another question, or a question rather this time? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you. So originally, when this was set up, there was some funding attached, and then since that fund has been withdrawn, is there any cost attributed to the council that you foresee coming up through this sort of carry on? Because there is sort of websites, domains, meetings, sort of officer time. Just wondering what the costs are attached to this. As you say, the government saying one thing and doing another at the moment doesn't feel unfamiliar. But yeah, what's it costing us?
Thank you. May Liz Watts, through Chair, answer this one, please?
Yeah, Chief Executive.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. There's no money in the budget for the Oxcam partnership for 25-26 from this council. We have been making contributions up until now. So the money hasn't been withdrawn because it runs out at the end of this financial year, both our contribution and the contribution from the government and all of the other councils along line, but there's nothing in the budget for 25-26.
Did you want to come back to that, Councillor Heather Williams?
Yes, thanks, Chair. I just ask that if it can be circulated over the period of this partnership, how much we've contributed, because, you know, even winding it down, if we've invested a level of money, it'd be good to see what that is.
Thank you. Again, we don't need to take a vote on this report. We just note it and move on. Councillor Lentel, I think you had a question or comment on this one.
Yeah, just to reiterate the point Councillor Heather Williams has made, that there's nothing to show for this partnership. It hasn't delivered anything. And, you know, this is the problem. We spend money and then we don't have money for things that actually do matter and things that actually do get change in our society to happen. And I recall attending early on Lib Dem meetings where the Oxcam scam was proposed to us, and it was said, oh, we should definitely do this. It would be crazy not to take this. It would be crazy not to spend our time and energy and resources on this. And we've got nothing for it. Absolutely nothing. What a waste of time. Thank you.
I wonder whether the leader wants to respond to that.
So I'm afraid that's completely inaccurate, and discussions are underway about where the work and the assets in terms of the data observatory, the Oxford-Cambridge environment principles, an awful lot of mapping work and so on, which has been done in collaboration with DEFRA, all of which have a considerable lifetime. There are conversations underway about where that work goes in order to, because it's all freely available, it's all available on their website, and who is going to host it, so it can continue to be of value to all those councils within the Oxford-Cambridge region, particularly to provide a very useful resource for this government. We don't yet know what its aspirations are for the growth corridor, but hopefully it will give that a good head start. So it's not true to say, I'm afraid, or inaccurate to say that it hasn't produced anything, because actually it's produced a heck of a lot, and there have been some really very, very good staff indeed employed to do that work.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I'm not proposing to continue this discussion. Unusually, I will drop in a suggestion from the Chair that since this work appears to be coming to a conclusion at the end of this budget year, it may be helpful at that point, perhaps for one of our future meetings, to have a brief summary of what it has cost and what it has achieved, which we can note and more usefully debate at that stage. So, we don't need to vote on that. We certainly don't need to vote on that suggestion from me. We can move on to the next item. So item 16 is an update on the work of what we've listed as the Cambridge Delivery Company, more usually known as the Cambridge Growth Company. And I invite the Leader of the Council to introduce this report.
All the information is in the report and the appendices that are attached to it.
Any questions or comments on this for the Leader? Councillor Dr. Richard Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a couple of points and questions for the Leader. Just one small point I'd note. On page 369 of our bundle, and the sort of final paragraph of overview, it talks about the focus of the group being on Cambridgeshire. And I presume that's meant to be Greater Cambridge, because if it's Cambridgeshire, then East Cams and Hunts and other places should have representation on the board, but I assume that's a sort of typo. One broader point I sort of make the Leader, or urge the Leader to take up. I'm slightly concerned about the makeup of the advisory board. Now, I completely accept this is a government thing. The district council doesn't control it, and the Leader is, participating in this in good faith to represent the district. But it does worry me slightly that this advisory board is comprised of the democratically elected leaders of authorities, but then other people as well, who are not democratically elected and are not accountable to the population. And there is a phrase here, it says further members will be added over time. Now, I think one of the problems with the GCP, one of the ways the GCP has gone wrong, is the impression that organisations that are not democratically elected are having a say in governance. And to the extent that this advisory board is important in the growth company, could I urge the leader to make the case that really the advisory board ought to be comprised of the democratically elected leaders? It's quite right to hear from other groups, but they shouldn't be part of the advisory board because that blurs the lines. And obviously I work for the university as I've declared before, and I should say that now, but the university shouldn't be involved in governing. It's not democratically accounted. I want, as a resident of South Cambs, the leader of my council, be it the district council, be it a Lib Dem leader, a Tory leader, a Labour leader. I want my elected leader to be in the driving seat, and not for for other voices that are not democratically counted to be given equal weight. So could I urge the leader, please, to the extent that she can, make that point very strongly. If this is to have legitimacy, it really needs that.
I don't know if there's any need for the leader to respond to that. It is not, I think, a decision for us. Leader.
No, I'm very happy to. So I think, I spent considerable time amending the joint letter that was submitted to government. I think at the end of the day, there was one reference to Cambridgeshire, and I made sure that all the other references were to Greater Cambridge, because actually, when I got my hands on it, it just said Cambridge the whole way through it. So, and I think it was right to acknowledge Cambridgeshire initially, because if they really are serious about putting infrastructure in and so on, actually the beneficiaries are wider than just Greater Cambridge. And also, you've just talked about the membership of the advisory board, Councillor Williams, and that isn't just people who are concerned with Greater Cambridgeshire. There's the leader of the county council and also the mayor, who have a wider remit. And you're quite right to say that we actually. This is set up by the government. The actual growth board will be Peter Freeman and I believe a couple of very senior civil servants, and that's the decision makers. This is a bit like the GCP assembly really, which of course has a mixed membership of it. This list of people here is not going to remain static. There's an intention to add other people in. Paul Leinster is there as the chair of Water Resources East, and he's leading on the water scarcity group. Cannot emphasise how valuable he is, on this group. I mean, this adds huge value. I do actually think it needs to be wider, because this is about the economic future of Greater Cambridge. It's not just about planning. It's about growing the economy, and I think all partners do need to be there. And at the end of the day, it is just an advisory board, and we had to make a very strong case actually for the leaders to be there in the first instance, and I think it was only because we'd worked very hard with Peter Freeman under the last government that he had confidence that the leaders as they are at the moment, I've been talking too much, the leaders as they are at the moment would add value rather than be blockers, I suppose is the word I'm looking for. The fact that we developed a relationship which he saw us as being people who would he could work with. If we hadn't put effort into developing those relationships, actually we wouldn't even be here at this stage of the game. So I think it's important we are. Things don't go the way we like it, we don't have to stay. But I think, as always, like all these things, it's really important to be round the table, and then at least you know what's going on, and you can get your voice heard.
Right.
So, thank you for your comments.
Don't propose that we discuss this any further. I think we just note this report, and it may be Councillor Heather Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I did have my indicate speak. It's on the report itself. On this, one of the things, I think many things in Cambridgeshire have been set up with good intentions, and I think the City deal and the GCP to get more money into the area was set up with those. But there are some governance issues that inevitably get fleshed out over time, but it is an opportunity to learn. One of the things that I think that we struggle with on the GCP is substitute arrangements. So I just ask about what the situation is for it. Life gets in the way sometimes, and things happen and you can't make meetings. So making sure there isn't a vacuum in that scenario. I think there is merit to what's been previously said. you can still have people at the table as guests. We do it, for scrutiny, you can have external people come in, give you advice, it doesn't have to be officers, but I think a real clear distinction between those who are elected and accountable and those who are guests at that council would be beneficial. And before it gets branched out. But the substitute arrangements, I think, are really quite key to get fleshed out, and I can't see that in here. The other thing was that on page 365, paragraph 13, around officer engagement. So it goes on. Now, previously, when we've said about this, it's been very much that, like you say, you've had to sort of fight to get on the council, and that you wanted people to meet with you and they wouldn't, and they wouldn't engage. However, here it says that you met with both governments, Michael Gove and Matthew Penny-Cook, and the officials involved with the project. So I'm just wondering, it just feels a bit out of kilter to what we've had before. So if the leader could expand on that, that would be very much appreciated.
Leader, do you want to expand on that today, or is that a matter we need to come back to when more information is available?
So your first two points are noted. Thank you. So I think I did report verbally back to council on both those meetings. There's always officers present. We don't do any of these meetings without officers there. The Michael Gove one was about 250,000 houses. The Matthew Pennycock was about they wouldn't say how many houses. They were both of them meetings so that I think ministers could kind of have a look at us and see if we were people that that they could work with and they could trust to have on these advisory boards and so on. So they weren't decision-making meetings. They were kind of, hello, this is who we are, and these are the people we're going to be working with meetings. So there was nothing substantive there. I haven't met with any ministers regarding this since. I'm hopeful we might get to meet with Patrick Vallance through the combined authority because of the announcement of the Oxford-Cambridge Growth Corridor, because obviously he's been put in charge of that. So I do always try and feed back verbally on these meetings, even though there's not kind of substantive things to say. This is definitely what's happening.
I'm keen to move on, but Councillor Heather Williams, if you want to come back again, we can do that.
I'd just like to clarify from what you said, it sounds like there has been some engagement, which is a positive thing, even if it doesn't have the outcomes you would like necessarily. And there was a lot of talk at one point about a map. You referenced the houses where those were going to go, and I think you probably know who I'm talking about. I said there's a map, and I've seen it.
There isn't a map.
There is no map? We don't know?
No, we've seen no map. I believe there are future meetings where there will be maps, but there has been no map. So I know as much as you do. Maybe you know more.
Good to know. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Well, as the report says at item 15, further reports will therefore be provided to the Council in due course once this programme work has been concluded, and no doubt at some point in the future there may even be a map, but not now. So let's move on. We note that report. Membership of committees and outside bodies, item 17. I don't know whether group leaders have any changes of committee membership to report. Leader, any changes from your group?
Nothing to report, thank you.
Nothing, and nothing from the opposition, right. So we move on to item 18, questions from councillors. Now we have half an hour for this, and we have a fair bit of business to get down to after that. I will call people in the order listed. If members choose to just say question as listed, that would save us a bit of time. If they would like their supplementary, which must arise out of the question or the answer, to be brief, that would be helpful, but that's just a hint from me. So I'll ask councillors to ask their questions. Firstly, Councillor Dan Lentel.
As listed, Chair.
Thank you. Leader.
Thank you very much. There's two questions here. The question in the second paragraph I consider to be impertinent, and I'm not going to answer it. And the question in the second paragraph is more of a statement, and I do not agree with the statement.
So just to be clear, these questions are listed under item 18 at page 4 of your agenda. That is the answer. Councillor Lentel, did you have a supplementary arising out of that?
I'd like to press for a question. These questions were accepted by the Chair and they were accepted as a Monitor Officer as written. And I think for any member of the Cabinet, for any member of the Executive to decide they're going to choose not to answer questions is a great discourtesy.
Yes, I think the leader's answer was that she did not agree with the assumptions in the second question. The leader is entitled to that view. Do you want to expand on your comments, leader?
Well, in relation to the first question, I think it's a discourteous question, and I don't have, we have a debate not hate strategy here.
Quoting debate not hate.
I think it's.
There's £2.5 million wasted.
I think it's rude and impertinent, and I'm not going to say whether I think my thinking has matured because I consider that very, very rude.
Well, I will take that as an answer.
We'll move on then to the next question, 18B at the bottom of little page 4, is from Councillor Leaming.
Thank you, Chair. As written.
Thank you. And who's responding to this? Councillor Milnes.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you to Councillor Leaming for her question. So, clearly we share concerns of local residents over the impact of schemes like the 4 to 8 upgrade, East-West Rail, and considerable and accelerated development in and around both Camborne, but the wider Greater Cambridge area. And disruption is a really key issue on all the East-West Rail consultations. People are seriously worried about 5 or even 10 years worth of disruption while that project gets built out. But actually the project, which is the dualling of the Caxton Gibbet to Black Cat roundabout, and that route is very much a current project, and actually in many ways is actually quite an exemplar of continuing to keeping the traffic moving, for example, in that area, past St Neots and on to the A1. And indeed, in our conversations with East West Rail about their projects, we have made big or substantial strides to make sure that East West Rail are responding to the fears of those residents. And so, in the near vicinity, and Councillor Leaming particularly asked about the tunnelling option for the crossing of the 4 to 8, which by then it will have changed, I think, to the A421. The options are for boring or cut and cover, and the current suggestion is cut and cover, but with an option for boring. I've got to be realistic about this, but I don't think that going for one of these options over the other will particularly shorten the whole project and cause a significant diminution in that. However, it is something that we're more than happy to continue those conversations with East West Rail to see if they can do that. But it's I was just minded of for many years at the entrance to Folkestone in the Channel Tunnel there was a tunnelling machine with a big for sale notice on it, but I'm not sure that there are any of them free at the moment. Perhaps that would have been an opportunity. It could have been lying in waiting. But the serious point is that the disruption that our residents are facing is significant and extended. So we will do absolutely what we can to encourage East West Rail. And it's happened today. We've got Parish Council liaison between East West Rail and them. They are listening to local members, they're listening to our parish councils, and we will do all we can to encourage that consultation exercise with them. Thank you.
Councillor Leaming, did you have any supplementary arising out of that?
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to just clarify that the Cabinet are considering ensuring that East West Rail continue to engage with communities in both Camborne and Caldecott to work to the best advantage of the residents of this area in regards to disruption. Thank you.
Did you wish to add anything? No. Thank you. We next move on to the next question. Is from Councillor Anna Bradman.
Thank you, Chair. Since it's short, I'll read it. Will the Cabinet please outline what the expected impact of recent NPPF, that's the National Planning Policy Framework changes, will be for the Council? Thank you.
And I think Dr. Tumi Hawkins is going to reply to this.
Yes, Chair, and through yourself. The new MPPF, which was published in December last year, did make a number of significant changes. But I think for us, we need to consider that it includes the requirement to meet the need for new workspaces, including for labs, offices, and logistics. It strengthens the role of planning in addressing climate change and facilitating healthy communities. It removed the wording for standard method, housing number, as being advisory only, and increased the housing numbers with the change taking immediate effect, which affected a 5-year housing land supply as it did to other councils in the country. But helpfully, the deadline for submitting local plans under the current plan-making process extended to December 2025. Now, for a district like ours, which has a green belt comprising of 26% of its area, it's important to note that there are new golden rules for green belt development, and proposals that comply with those golden rules should be given significant weight in favor of the grant of permission. Now, on the flip side of that, it introduced the concept of the grey belt, which is land in the green belt comprising previously developed land or any other land that does not strongly contribute to any of the green belt purposes. Not sure what that is, but it does say that development in such area is not inappropriate where it doesn't fundamentally affect the purpose of the remaining green belt. It meets a demonstrable need, is in a sustainable location, and complies with the new golden rules, which I mentioned previously. So there's a lot there, and I mean, we were already considering some of these changes anyway as part of our emerging local plan. So I'd like to say we were ahead of government in that respect. But I just want to remind members that we did have an update given to members by the planning service, which can be reviewed for those who need to review it, and for those who missed it. There's a lot more in there. This is just a handful of points that affect us. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Brennan, do you have a supplementary to your question?
No, thank you very much to Councillor Hawkins for her answer. Sorry, Councillor Dr. Tumi Hawkins.
The next question from Councillor Graham Cohen.
As on the papers, Chair.
And I think Councillor John Batchelor is going to take this question.
I am indeed, Chair. And I must say, Chair, that I was very disappointed to see this question with the totally unsubstantiated statement that this council ranks amongst the lowest in the country for tenant satisfaction and housing complaint handling. This clearly has reputational damage prospects and certainly undermines the work of our staff, because that statement is entirely untrue. Entirely untrue. In reality is that we actually rank amongst the best in the country. The actual numbers are overall satisfaction rate was 78%, and this puts us in the top quartile of the national performance by our peers. On the complaints handling, we're in the second quartile, so well above average. So, as I say, I'm disappointed to see this here, and I hope somebody would say that they got that wrong. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Cohen, do you have a supplementary?
I have no supplementary question, but I'm happy to share the document which I took the figures from, where if you look at communication, we're ranking amongst the lowest, and this was at a time where the 4-day week was introduced. So I'm happy to stand by the figures, but I don't have a supplementary question.
Actually, Chair, I haven't actually answered his question, so I might as well do that, because the actual question was that we believe the 4-day week works for the housing department. The answer is yes, brilliantly. Thank you.
Okay, move on to a question, Councillor Heather Williams.
As on the papers, Chair.
Yes, that's me again, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you.
Quite right.
Right, so the answer to that is no, of course we don't. And we do everything possible to get properties back into circulation. Just to put that into context of our nearly 6,000 houses, we currently have 5 re-let properties which have been empty for over 1 year. All of those are planned to be back in circulation by April. Thank you.
Do I see a supplementary?
You do, Chair. So I start with saying I have one of those in my ward, and I have other empty properties in my ward. I want to be very clear where my frustration lies, and it's not necessarily with our officers. It's with the people that we contract. And I want to give 2 examples of where that contract has failed. I had a 90-year-old lady whose heating broke down just before Christmas, and the contractor said that didn't class as an emergency, which I think we can all agree would. Now, once we spoke with the officers, and the on-duty officer contacted me and gave them, then they came out. And yet again, the other weekend, again, somebody else in their 90s, the sink was backing up with water, it was coming up through the sink, contacts them, they're told, no, it's not an emergency. You've got to sort it out yourself. Now, thankfully for our officers, they got in touch directly and sort of gave them a bit of a direct steer, and I think actually Mr Kelly was on call that day and very much supported with that. I do not feel, and the excuses that have been given to the properties in my ward, and let's face it, it's in our interest, we've lost over £1 million in rental income through empty properties. We are getting the right deal from our contractors. So it's not a reflection on the officers, but perhaps we need to look at those again, and would the lead member agree to look at those and actually find out, make sure that things like older people with no heating is classed as an emergency, particularly just before Christmas.
Just before Councillor Batchelor responds, can I remind Councillor Heather Williams that the supplementary usually arises out of the original question. I'm not quite sure that I saw the relationship, but let Councillor John Batchelor respond.
The contractors are giving us poor excuses why they're not bringing these houses into the estate and failing us in other areas of housing.
Councillor John Batchelor.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious that it's our job to actually do the best that we can, and in particular for vulnerable people. We actually have a register of the vulnerable in order to be able to react as quickly as possible. I might say you check that your constituent actually has registered, because there is a difficulty. Many people don't want to register as vulnerable, and you know, that's a difficulty and doesn't help in being able to react as quickly as we might. Thank you.
I'm sure that other points will arise out of this in the future, but that's the answer that you received. Councillor Dr. Bhattacharya. What's your question as on the order paper? Question as written. And I think this one is going to be dealt with by, I haven't the faintest idea. Who's going to deal with this? Councillor Henry Batchelor.
Yeah, that's me, Chair. Thank you. It's a relatively bit of a longer answer, I'm afraid, because there are multiple questions in the question, so I'm going to do my best to cover all of them. So the connecting roads for private motor vehicles to West Cambourne are physically complete, but not yet open for through traffic. This means that bus movements through the site and private car trips are currently more constrained. Linkages between West Cambourne and the rest of Cambourne are provided for private cars, buses, and for pedestrians, cyclists and horse riders in line with a comprehensive master plan. The phased delivery of that plan is ongoing, albeit not yet complete. Once completed, the plans seek to give priority to encourage cycling, walking and public transport movements in the town. Given the existing network of sustainable transport routes, a new footway has recently been opened to connect the West Cambourne site to the rest of the town, noting the challenges of access to the college and the school. The council's planned development in partnership with Hill will also provide a public transport and cycle pedestrian link through the business park in due course. Details of this link are currently being considered by the planning service. As part of the Cambourne 25 project, being led by local councillors and chaired by Councillor Drew, partners including the Town Council as well as developers are exploring opportunities to improve safety and connectivity, especially for walkers and cyclists. With respect to the question around flooding, the Council is not aware of any specific design-related issues, but does engage regularly with the developer on its programme and the management of local impacts arising from the construction process. And I do know in the past that councillors Drew and Leeming have raised specific issues and they've been dealt with promptly. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Bhattacharya, did you have a supplementary?
Yes, yes, Chair, thank you. Do you have any timeline for the first part of the question? Because the discussions and meetings and paperwork and files, they're the same answer for the last 2 years. So do you have any timeline that I can give it to my residents?
Yes, there will be a timeline and I can confirm that in writing.
Like in July, August, September 2015?
I can confirm it in writing, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank
We'll
you.
come back to that in the future. Councillor Dr. Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. As on the agenda.
And I think Councillor Dr. Toomey Hawkins is going to deal with this one.
Yes, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Through you, I think as Councillor Dr. Richard Williams is aware from previous discussions, the MPPF changes brought an uplift to the housing numbers, and the government insisted this was implemented with no transition period. This government is in a hurry, I think. They want to get houses built, but by that action, they've affected the housing supply of not just us, but many councils across the country, as I said before. Now, as you know, we hold a joint trajectory with Cambridge City as Greater Cambridge. And what this means is the number of homes that we're required to provide within the next 5 years increased overnight by over 3,000 houses or dwellings. What that meant was a very healthy supply of 6.4 years suddenly fell to 4.6, even though we currently have permission for over 36,000 new dwellings in Greater Cambridge. So we didn't lose the supply, it was taken from us. However, the gap that we need to close is just under 1,000. So what we call the tilted balance, as far as I'm concerned, which would apply to our policies, is a slightly narrow tilt. We will be given the trajectory at the beginning of April, as we normally do for the new year. And, hopefully the figure will be better by then. But we are addressing, obviously, what we can, trying to make sure that Section 106 agreements get delivered quickly and talking to Cambridge Growth Company to see what, they can do, pressing the government to help. So, hopefully we will be meeting up again, filling the gap before long. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Dr. Williams, did you have a supplementary?
Thank you. Just to shorten and thank the lead cabinet member for that. I don't disagree with you. I'll happily blame Angela Rayner and the Labour government for this. Just two points. I just didn't catch something that the lead cabinet member said. So did the lead cabinet member say that we were just about 1,000 short? Or did I hear that correctly? And just two other points. Would the lead cabinet member undertake, as I'm sure she would be very happy to do, to give us regular updates on progress that we might be making towards that? And just on the point of the growth company, is the planning service seeking funding for additional planning officers to speed up 106 agreements, etc.?
The new trajectory will be published, as I said, in April. Officers are still working towards gathering all the data that we need to finalize that. But yes, I'm happy to provide updates. That's not a problem. As far as trying to get money off government for sorting out Section 106, nah. I'm not sure why you think we'll be doing that, but we are able to do the work that we need to do to resolve these issues.
If I could just have a point of explanation. The reason I asked that question is because I thought the Cabinet member referred to talking to the growth company. So I was wondering what they were talking to the growth company about.
May I? To support the house building sector so they can deliver. We don't deliver. People forget this. We give planning permission, the developers deliver. If they say they can't deliver, there's nothing we can do. So we're asking government to help them deliver.
Right. We've had a supplementary there, but I think it was perhaps helpful. Next question is from Councillor Nieto.
As per the paper, Chair.
And I think this one is going to be dealt with by you again, yes.
It's me again. It's like London buses. Now, the building control, which is the shared service between us, South Cambs, Cambridge City, and Hunts, is responsible for replacing street signage on behalf of the councils. And of course, I think as Councillor Nieto might recall from her role as previous role as county councillor, not all signs are eligible to be replaced by 3C building control. Some are the responsibility of the county council. But the process that the 3C building control use is effective. The current process, we use an online form. Once that's received, the team have a look at it. If there's no photograph, somebody goes out to take photographs so they can decide what needs to be done. And the work is carried out within 6 to 8 weeks. And there's a contract in place, obviously, for this. Now, I emphasize there is currently no backlog, so meaning we address issues straight away once they are received. Now, I have checked with the team, and as far as I know, we received 3 such requests from Councillor Nieto's ward in the last year, and they were dealt with according to the process. The budget is ring-fenced for this work, of course, and I can say the assets are managed as best as we can.
Councillor Nieto, you have a supplementary.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, the reason that I'm bringing it up to the attention of the council is because there's been an issue. I wouldn't just be bringing it up because there's no reason behind it. So residents have been reporting the signs, and they have had no report back, or they have been. It has passed quite a bit of time that the residents are now having to contact me because there's no movement. So I think it would be interesting to explore a little bit more what officers are saying from the 3 shared services. Also trying to reach and to contact this organization is proven quite challenging. So when I have been calling the number on the website, it goes to Huntington District Council, so you cannot speak to anybody in the 3 shared services at all to be able to have a discussion around this. So I think it would be, I don't know, would it be possible to review process and to understand if there is improvements for how we go about doing this with this organization?
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. I think, as I said, there is a process. I know Councillor Nieto says some people have reported and nothing is happening. How did they report? I think it would have been useful, actually, if you'd come direct to me, if you had that issue, and we could have resolved this. So, yes, I'm happy to talk to you about it. Why don't we make make an arrangement and we can discuss this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. As written.
And I think Councillor John Batchelor is going to respond to this.
I am, Chair. Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Wilson, for the question. Modern slavery is something that the council takes very seriously, and we're determined to play our part in combating it. Full details of what the council is doing to help tackle modern slavery are set out in our modern slavery statement, which can be found on the website. The strategy will also be refreshed in the 25-26 financial year. Some examples of what we are currently doing is providing safeguarding training for leads, officers and elected members to support victims, encouraging officers in our housing and homelessness and other frontline services across the council to be vigilant for signs of modern slavery when visiting properties. We are providing procurement training to help prevent modern slavery from occurring within our supply chain, and we're being active members of the South Cambridgeshire District Community Safety Partnership. And that's all in, as well as working closely with other organisations, especially the police. We've now completed the action plan as part of the existing statement, and as part of the refresh, we'll be looking to current best practice to see what additional actions we can take to be even more effective in tackling this aberration. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Wilson, did you have a supplementary?
I did, yes, please. Thank you for the answer. What I'd like to know is what role can members play in supporting the council's work in tackling modern slavery specifically and safeguarding work in general?
Thank you for that. I think by understanding the policy and by reporting any concerns, no matter how small they may well seem, the reporting should be to our officers, and perhaps we will be having future training sessions so members can attend those as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the next question is from Councillor Dr. Martin Khan, who has not been able to join us today but is online. And the question will then be, a moment please, Councillor Khan. The question will then be responded to, I think, by Councillor Natalie Warren-Green, who is also, I think, with us online. Now, in this case, I was going to suggest that you would not have a supplementary. The monitoring officer tells me I'm wrong, so you may have a supplementary, and Councillor Warren-Green may choose to answer that if you choose to ignore my hint. But Councillor Martin Khan, what's your question?
Could I just say the response is going from Councillor Brian Mills for this one?
Fine, well, let's hear the question first then. Councillor Khan.
The question for the sorry, the question is as on the order paper on the agenda.
Thank you, and we've established that Councillor Mills is going to deal with this. Respond.
Thank you, especially seeing as this is a relatively good news story. I think I'm happy to respond. So the Net Zero Villages programme from the CPCA granted us to spend 362,000 on projects that would protect village amenities such as parish buildings and so on. It was oversubscribed with 20 applications for the fund. We've isolated 10 out of those, which left a little bit of a shortfall from the total of 362, which we were able to cover with renewables surplus. And so those 10 projects will be going ahead and yeah, a very successful introduction to the scheme. Thank you.
Councillor Khan, you have just under 30 seconds to get in your supplementary. Councillor Mills will not have much time to respond. Do you want to put a supplementary?
Yes, very briefly. Will the leader, will Brian Mills press the CPCA and the new mayor to continue the scheme in the future?
Right. Now, we had a number of other questions tabled from Councillors Bill Handley, Will Jackson-Wood, Jeff Harvey, and Annika Osborne. I'm afraid there will not be time to deal with those. As you know, we have 30 minutes to deal with questions. And those members can choose whether to have written answers or to table these questions for the next meeting, which will not, I think, be the annual meeting. It will certainly not be the extraordinary meeting, so it might be a while off. But it's for those members to decide whether they want a written answer or not. And they can let Democratic Services know after the meeting. Now, it is just coming up for 6 o'clock. We've not yet reached the 4 hours, but oh, I don't know, I'm feeling like it's time for another break. Yes, so we'll take another break before we get on to the motions. Item 19, so let's make this quite a short one. Meet back here again at 6:05, 18:05. Okay, thank you, members. Thank you very much. Right, members, we've gone live again. Let's revert to this meeting of South Cambridgeshire District Council on 25th of February. We have dealt with the questions. We now move on to item 19, which is motions. And during the course of the first motion, we will hit the 4-hour limit, which we can't continue without a vote. So can I have someone to propose that we continue after that? Councillor Mills, seconded by Councillor Bradnam. All agreed? Agreed, thank you. Right, so let's move to the first motion on our list. And members are reminded that a maximum period of 30 minutes is allowed for each motion to be moved, seconded and debated. That includes dealing with any amendments. And at the expiry of that 30-minute period, debate will stop and the mover of the original motion, or of the amendment if it's been amended, will have the right of reply before the motion or the amendment is put to the vote. Proposers can speak for 5 minutes. Other speeches may not exceed 3 minutes without the consent of the chair. I better give you the rest of the small print. A member may alter a motion with the consent of the meeting. That to be signified without discussion. Only alterations which could be made as an amendment may be made. Amendments to motions will be written down and handed to the chair before they're debated. It's possible that I may agree to accept any amendments made verbally, but that would be unusual, have to be very short. Amendments should be either to leave out words, maybe to insert or add others, or to insert or add words, as long as this does not negate the motion. I think the rules on this are fairly well known to members, so I'm going to move on to the motions which are on the agenda, and the Democratic and Elections Services Manager. Well, that's a new title, but Andy will live with it. The Elections and Democratic Services Manager will time the 30 minutes for each motion and the 3 minutes for each speech. So we move to 19A, the motion standing in the name of Councillor Dan Lentell. Councillor Lentell, would you like to move your motion, please?
Thank you, Chair. Could we just check with regards to the seconders of the motion? The gentleman from Caxton have graciously offered, and is it possible for Councillor Howell to be included as the seconder, even if he's not here?
I think we can only have one seconder. We don't really have a role for a thirder. Okay. Since we have one of your two proposed seconders here, are you happy that
I'm very
Sanford acts? And I'm sure that Councillor Howell and Councillor Sanford will have had the opportunity to discuss this. So with that, would you like to move your motion?
Councillor Howell lost the thumb war fair and square, so he will not be seconding the motion. Fine. For 97 days, and if she was to set out now, she wouldn't arrive until the 2nd of June. That is just how much time we're talking about. For 97 days, 7 hours and 21 minutes, Zara Lackland battled the mighty Atlantic, a vast and unrelenting foe stretching over 3,600 nautical miles from Europe to South America. With no fleet to escort her, no crew to assist her, no safe harbour save that which she had carved from the waves, she forged ahead, undaunting and unyielding. Let us be in no doubt, this is no ordinary feat. This is the work of a lion-hearted adventurer, a young woman who has defied the odds, shattered records, and inscribed her name among the greats. She has become the first woman and the youngest person ever to row non-stop, solo and unsupported across the vast and merciless ocean. And let it be known for all time that she missed the outright speed record by a mere 19 hours, a margin so narrow it can only serve to sharpen the legend of her endurance. This motion celebrates an extraordinary young woman who has achieved something utterly bonkers. Who on earth gets into a little boat and rows the Atlantic, unsupported, with nothing but 2 iPhones for company, one of which broke, with the result, as she told Evan Davis on the PM programme, her hallucinations got worse. And Evan Davis is a very skilled and well-known interviewer. Even he was rather flabbergasted. Like, what do you mean your hallucinations got worse? Apparently this is something rowers suffer from. They start seeing grey horses where, frankly, it's the middle of the ocean. There are no grey horses. But she did it. And this is something that we should all feel tangentially incredibly proud of. The purpose of this motion, obviously, is for the council to recognise that. But I also really like the idea that of all the new streets we've got, particularly in North Stowe, we should find a really big one that's really, you know, a major thoroughfare, and we should call it Atlantic, because you're not allowed to name it for living people outside the royal family. And we should just do something nice. So there you go. That's my motion. Let's do something nice for somebody amazing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lentel. And I think Councillor Sanford is going to second that motion.
I am indeed happy to second Councillor Lentel's motion.
Did you want to speak either now or later?
I will speak now, if
Good.
That's fine. Yes, I'm seconding this in my role as one of the district councillors for Caxton, and as Councillor Lentel mentioned, my fellow ward colleague, Councillor Mark Howell, is also happy to support the motion. I also talked to the Caxton Parish Council and mentioned that this motion was coming before full council today, and they said, "Oh, what an excellent idea. We hadn't actually thought of doing anything for our famous resident, but ideas will be discussed at the next parish council meeting." So there's a little bit of momentum building up here. I can't actually follow Councillor Lentel's proposal other than to say, yeah, this is an amazing feat and we should recognise it as a council. With respect to the thoroughfare, could be named after her, I would suggest somewhere in West Cambourne, which is actually directly across the A1198 from Caxton, so probably within sight of the Lackland family home. So, yeah, please support this motion. Thank you.
Any others want to speak on this? Councillor Heather Williams, and then I'll have something to say about it myself.
Just to say that it is an amazing thing, as others have pointed out. I think it's an important part that we recognise when extraordinary things happen, and that definitely is. I don't think it's royal family though. I think it's can't have something that's alive. So I very much, I think that's why we need to steer away from the name, and Atlantic does seem rather appropriate. So I think Chair, when you write it from all of us, congratulations.
Yes. I see Councillor Warren Green, who is speaking to us remotely, wants to contribute. Councillor
I am. I just wanted to mention, because North Stowe was mentioned, and I'm the district councillor for Long Stanton Ward, or one of them. Just to say that the name, obviously, and it's actually reiterating what Heather's just said, because of the naming conventions, and it should be naming conventions are people who have died, and I know that from working with North Stowe closely and trying to work out how to name thoroughfares and things. So I think that needs to be taken into account with this motion as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, I think we all support the full support and admiration for Zara Lackland's achievements and commend her for her dedication and perseverance. I wrote to her father. There wasn't much point in writing to her at the time. She was rather out of communication back in November, to ask her to pass on our congratulations and admiration. I think I checked the wording with some members of the council, but I don't think there was any doubt about that. The motion requests and requires the chair to formally write to Zara Lackland this time rather than to her father, which I will be very happy to do, conveying the council's congratulations, and extend an invitation for Zara and her family to attend and address a suitable meeting of full council. Now, I'm not sure whether that is how she will want us to express our admiration, whether she'll want to attend full council or some other event, possibly in her own locality when there might be an opening of something or other, possibly even a street. But that is not something which is directly within our gift. And I have in mind a very suitable person to present the award to her on behalf of the council, which I will reveal later. So I'm not sure I will include in my letter that Cambridgeshire rules the waves, but it's nice to see the sentiment expressed. And I think as to the full support and admiration for her achievement, I suspect we can take that by affirmation. Members, can we take that by affirmation?
Agreed.
I shall be very happy to pass on your congratulations and commendation to her. And we will follow up with some sort of suitable event which may or may not be entirely in line with the suggestions here, but will reflect the sentiments, if that's all right. So we then move on to the motion standing in the name of Councillor Leaming. Councillor Leaming, did you want to read out the motion before you propose it, or are you happy to? We've all had a chance to read it. It's quite long.
I'm happy just to move on. People have a chance to read it.
Would you like to propose your motion then?
Yes, thank you. So this afternoon, we've sat and we've had our discussions today on the need to raise our South Cambs council tax by £5.09 in a year, which will raise an additional £566 per year for our authority to use to support our residents. This will be spent locally on our local residents' priorities, which are set out in our corporate plan. We're rightly accountable to our residents on how we choose to spend this money. However, in the autumn, the national government has chosen to raise a central tax, the national insurance increase, on the key part of our ability to deliver our plans, our staff. The national insurance increase will directly cost South Cambs District Council £376,000. The government has chosen to give us £220,000 compensation for this unforeseen increase, leaving us £156,000 short. The situation has been replicated up and down the country, but for us, the shortfall represents 28% of our council tax rise. Many of our local government partners have been hit harder, with our local partners in town and parish councils have been given no compensation whatsoever for this national insurance rise. We've also seen the impact of it on our county colleagues and our local police force. And so far, I've only described the impact of the national insurance rise on our staff, those people who are directly employed by South Cambs District Council. As we know, we also work with the private sector and charity partners to deliver our priorities, and they will also be hit by this rise and will probably pass the costs back onto us as we pay for their services. This presents particular difficulties for our county councillor colleagues and the work that they commission from private social care providers. So we're faced with a ludicrous situation of a national government talking about the importance of devolving power to local authorities, instigating a local government reorganisation programme in the name of this, while at the same time forcing local authorities to raise tax to pay more money back to the centre. Through inadequately compensating local authorities, through not compensating parishes and town councils at all, through increasing financial pressure on other frontline services such as police, the national government is tasking us all to do more and talking the talk of devolving powers while effectively clawing money back through local taxation back to the centre. It's against this backdrop that I would like to propose that the leader writes to the two government ministers, as outlined in the motion, to implore the government to provide full compensation to all local authorities. Thank you.
Now, I believe you have a second to Councillor John Williams. Do you want to speak
yes,
now?
I'm happy to second, and I'll reserve my right to speak.
Right. And as to other speakers, I think we have Councillor Graham Cohen. Any others? Councillor Cohen.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a small amendment which I circulated prior to the meeting. I don't know if you've got it on the...
We'll put the amendment up on the screen.
Thank you for that.
If you wait for that, then...
Yeah. So as you can see there, it's just a change of one word essentially in this motion, which takes out the word Conservative and puts in the word successive governments. And the reason that I think that...
Can I just stop you there for a minute? Can I ask the proposer of the original motion whether she accepts the amendment?
Thank you, Chair.
I'm only asking whether you do or not, because it will then...
No, we're not going to accept the amendment.
Councillor Cohen, would you like to put the case for the amendment?
So I think as the motion is written as it is with Conservative, that is true, because the Conservatives have cut funding to local governments, but so have successive governments. So, for example, the coalition cut spending by 26%. So the Liberal Democrats and the Conservatives in government cut spending, as have other governments. So I think it's more truthful to say successive governments, albeit Conservative is true. All parties have cut local government spending, if you like, successively, and probably the biggest cut was actually by the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats when they were in power by 7.6 billion. So I think that is a very fair amendment, and I think it more accurately reflects the situation that we're in that local governments have had a tough time under many different successive governments.
Do you have a second of your amendment? Councillor Heather Williams, do you want to speak now or reserve your position?
I'm happy to speak now, Chair. I think that this is fair and accurate and reflective, and also we are not in any way avoiding our part in this, but as the LGA works cross-party, it doesn't matter who's in government, the LGA works normally as one to go across. And I was careful in choosing sources. So in an article in 1999 in The Guardian, I hope The Guardian is not a newspaper that would be controversial, it said that public spending was at its lowest for 40 years. Now, that was when we had a Blair government and Labour were in power. We then had the coalition, and let's face it, the backdrop for both of our parties when we went into coalition was an economy where there was no money left, difficult decisions had to be made, and 26% of the funding was cut. Then, when the Conservatives were standalone, it was 5 to 10%. So we have all had, party-wise, none of us, to my knowledge, have been in the House of Commons and been elected as MPs, but no party is without blame as to why we're in the financial situation for funding of local government. There is one party to blame for the national insurance, and that has rightfully been fleshed out, and we take no issue with that at all. But trying to work collaboratively and actually be reflective of the situation, unless we all hold our hands up and say, yes, do you know what, our parties have not always done what's great for local government, but maybe necessary at the time, and I really don't see that should be a controversial thing. We've provided the stats that show that 3 different parties, the 3 major parties of local government, have had a hand in it at some point. So successive governments, going back, like I say, in the 90s, it was a 40-year low. That would have been lots of different parties through that period. I hope that you will accept this as a fair reflection of the accurate of the situation.
Right. I think the next speaker is Vice Chair Peter Sanford. Do Councillor Milnes wish to speak first?
Thank
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, in 2010, 1.6 trillion, today 2.8 trillion. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I propose we move directly to a vote on Councillor Cohen's amendment? Do we have a seconder for that?
Yes, Councillor Bradnell. So that means
Information, Chair. Councillor Brian Mills went for the whole of the whole situation. We're using our figures about local government, and this here is about underfunding of local government. We are accepting our part. I really don't understand why others can't do the same.
we have a proposal to move directly to a vote, which means that we go first to the proposal of the original motion, and then we move directly to a vote on this amendment. Councillor Leamy, did you want to comment before we move to a vote?
Thank you, Chair. I accept that local government has been historically underfunded, but I would also like to point out that the coalition was 10 years ago, and the record of what we're dealing with now, the backdrop to why the Labour Party have raised various taxes, was seven months ago. I think we could talk about going back in time for a very long time, but in the context of this, I'd like to leave the motion as it stands, please.
We're now going to move direct to a vote, and to save time, we're going to take an electronic vote on whether you support or oppose the amendment as proposed by Councillor Heather Williams. So if... I beg your pardon, yes, it was... My apologies, Councillor Cohen. So whether you accept or oppose the amendment as put forward, and as usual, if you support the amendment, you vote green. If you support the original motion and do not want the amendment, you vote red. And if you want to abstain, you vote yellow. The lights are going out all over Europe, I think. That's everybody has voted, and that amendment is defeated by 17 votes to 6. So we move back to a debate on the original motion. Any speakers on the original motion? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so I'm going to try and focus on where we can agree. I think there'll be a lot of hidden costs that come through when we bring in consultancy or contractors. We were talking about those earlier. But also there will be more and more pressure, because what we can see through some of the work the GCP is doing is that actually advertisement of jobs is going down. So it might not be that we are seeing companies go under, but actually the amount of jobs being advertised in Cambridgeshire is reducing, and that in its turn will have knock-on effects. It means that there won't be so many opportunities. That in turn will have pressure. So it won't just be on the direct impact of paying for NI that the Labour government has inflicted on us. It will be everything as a whole. There's going to be a multiple of repercussions and ripples, and actually here we are luckier than most with our local economy. There will be some areas of the country that are absolutely decimated because of what this has brought in, and I think it is a tax on jobs, be that public sector or private sector, and our residents are, unfortunately, no one will be left untouched by this. We held our hands up earlier to yes, the underfunding. I'm disappointed, obviously, that wasn't supported. But at the end of the day, it also is a bit, I think there's a lot of buyer remorse out there. And I wonder if any of the members opposite have any regrets when they chanted anything but Conservative. I believe when ABC, anything but Conservative, because this is the result. Conservatives might not be perfect, I'm not going to claim we are, but we would never have done this.
Other speakers? I see no... Councillor Stephen Drew.
red buttons.
It's been a very long afternoon. I've forgotten how to do anything. I understand the discussion, I understand the debate. I'm just a little bit surprised by the suggestion from my Conservative colleagues that they would never have done something along these lines in terms of tax raising when the Conservatives did create the highest tax burden in history by 2023. So there are plenty of examples of our Conservative colleagues choosing to raise taxes. We could look, for instance, at the deliberate policy of fiscal drag, of not increasing the income tax thresholds in order to drag more and more people into paying both higher rates and actually paying lower rate income tax. So there is a discussion to be had here about responsibility and such like, but I would suggest that Councillor Williams' suggestion that the Tories would not have done such a thing as this is incorrect, I think is an appropriate word, remembering the comments made earlier about respectful debate.
Point of personal explanation, Chair. I do not believe it incorrect because I do not believe, Chair, that it was Conservative Party policy to increase NI, and that is what we are debating today, nor was it Conservative Party policy to bring in the family farm tax. Yes, taxes go up, of course they do, but it is choices, and what I said is that we wouldn't have done the increase in national insurance. That still stands.
Thank you. That is the personal explanation. Helpful. I think, Councillor Drew, had you finished speaking? Yes, right. So, who else would like to contribute to the debate? I'm just looking around for... No? Councillor Dan Lenthal?
Thank you, Chair. I do find it funny that we're sitting here talking about local governments not having enough money while debating a letter, which will be, I'm sure, read very carefully and then very carefully ignored. And my suggestion is that we should try and recuperate some of the costs of this debate. If we are going to be a student union, let's open a bar and at least make some money back on the beer. How's that?
Thank you. I don't see any other contributors to the debate, so I think we then go to the seconder, which is Councillor John Williams.
Thank you, Chair. One thing we have got in South Cambs is an abundance of entrepreneurs and SMEs, and these are the people that are going to make the discoveries of the future. So many of the spin-offs, ARM, AstraZeneca, all these other multinational companies have origins in the Cambridge area. I'm thinking of ARM, for example, which was started by a group of people, a spin-off from Cambridge University. These are the people that are going to be hit most hardest by this. It's going to add to their overheads disproportionately to a much larger multinational company. You know, if we're really wanting to increase the GDP, increase growth in this country, but also in this area, and I really feel that, you know, Greater Cambridge has a potential here to play a very big part in the country's economic future. What's happening is that this tax is hitting those very people that we've got to depend on to achieve that. And it's so short-sighted. It's an easy win, I expect, for Labour, because I suspect not many Labour people have experience of working in business. You know, it's not a natural place for Labour people to come from. But I do hope that, okay, it might be that we're writing a letter to the two Secretary of States, but in a small way, hopefully, it will bring attention to the fact that this sort of thing, that this move is going to have an impact on the future, not just of the Greater Cambridge area, but actually on UK PLC. And I do hope that those in the Treasury, in particular, who probably this is where it originated, are either taken to task over it, and I suspect a few SPADs probably have already been taken to task over it, and we hope that come the next budget, the government will have a rethink and hopefully we'll see this NI tax on employers be rescinded. Unfortunately, I suspect it's going to cause so much damage to us that it's going to be too late. But I do think that we owe it to our entrepreneurs in South Cambs to make this point, as we do on the farmers' tax, making that point to government as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I think we then come to the mover of the motion, Councillor Leeming, to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. Listen carefully to all points, and actually I think Councillor Williams does make a very useful comment about this impact on start-up businesses and our economy. I think the main focus of this motion is the impact on us, the District Council, and the wider impact through local government's ability to deliver our services, which are so vital. I'm considering the point that the national government is continuing to put more burdens on local government, particularly here in our area with the Cambridge 2050 project and the growth project, etc. And at a time when they're asking more of us, they're with one hand asking us to do more and the other hand taking away. And the consequences of this will not only be felt in the public sector, it will be felt through the wider economy. So thank you for everyone's points that have been raised on this.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. Members, I think we can perhaps take this by affirmation. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstaining? I think that is agreed by affirmation. And we then move on to the motion standing in the name of Councillor Heather Williams. Councillor Williams, please, would you move your motion?
I will, and I'll try not to take too long, because I know everyone's starting to feel a little bit flaked, despite the brownies, the flapjacks, the biscuits, and everything else. We're doing our best, I think, the Leader and I, to keep morale up, but we're starting to flag now. It's a really, from my point of view, a simple plea. We've heard, and I know I've heard from many charities that in relation to people with sight loss, and it's not just floating bus stops, but other things that always set up with good intentions, the Voi, the scooters and the bicycles and what have you. The problem is where they're left, it makes it very difficult for people with sight loss naturally. There was a documentary recently that showed these sorts of things. What happens is the guide dog will simply see it's too stressful and bring the person back home, and then they can't get to their appointments. I think this is something that, whether there are more people that ride bicycles in Cambridge or more people that have sight impairment, I don't know. But I think we shouldn't, through trying to support one group, disproportionately affect another. I've listened to those charities, I've listened to those people that day in, day out, their lives are already harder than what our lives potentially are. And I've had experience of this when my daughter had hearing aids and those sorts of things, those day-to-day things that are really, really difficult to negotiate what we just see as normality. And so that's what this seeks to do. I'm sure there are ways that we can still support cyclists and what have you without sandwiching vulnerable people between essentially two sets of traffic, which is what a floating bus stop can create. The situation, I know that getting hit by a car is a lot more painful than getting hit by a bike, but even if you get hit by a cyclist, that is still very painful. And I don't know from personal experience, but my friend on one night out got wiped out opposite the Regal, I'll be honest, by a cyclist. And actually, the amount of broken bones, I think she would rather got hit by a car. So let's just, we're not, not saying that we're not going to support cyclists by doing this, but let's try and give people with sight impairment and anxiety about leaving the house because of floating bus stops a bit of support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And do you have a seconder for your motion?
I'm happy to second the motion.
And you want to speak now or later?
Now, I'm happy to speak now just to concur with what Councillor Heather Williams has said, in that essentially this asks for a bit of a pause and a rethink to consider this cohort of people and their needs, really.
Thank you. Any who would like to contribute to the debate? Councillor Brian Mills.
Yeah, thank you. I think our general position is that we appreciate the sentiment behind this motion, because clearly we don't want our visually impaired to be put at additional risk. The difficulty that we have with this is that it's not necessarily evidence supported. Just bear with me, because I think you referred to the May 24 report from the TfL, which discussed this whole problem. And it says in that report, the risk of pedestrians injured at bus stops is very low. In fact, it accounts for just 5 pedestrians at bus stops over 3 years. In the same time, other pedestrian accidents accounted for 11,000 incidents. So there's a huge disproportion in terms of the 160 or so floating bus stops in the TfL area with what's happening to pedestrians at that place. You mentioned the guide dogs, for example, and it's clear that floating bus stops are not in their training at the moment, which obviously creates a problem. So we've got a disproportionate impact on these things that is exacerbated by unfamiliarity, both in the, with the dogs and the visually impaired as well. What I'm going to suggest is that the Greater London Authority has commissioned another report on this so that it's independent of them. So there was a suggestion that the TfL report wasn't independent. And I think I would be more than happy to reconsider this after the publication of that report so that we could base our judgment on a strong evidence base. So that's what I'm suggesting we do.
Is it a personal explanation or?
It's clarification. So is the request for a deferment of the motion?
It is.
Until that's, I just wanted to clarify whether that's the proposal.
So once we have the publication of this independent report commissioned by the GLA to come back to this so that we've got a firm body of evidence on which we can make a decision.
We're just going to give the mover of the motion a moment to consider her position. Councillor Williams.
I'm happy to reply. I don't know, is our monitoring officer and head of DEM services need longer procedurally, or I can...
That will not be a factor in the discussion. Let's come back to this point. Councillor Heather Williams, your question to the MO, I've been advised that if you and your seconder wish to withdraw this with a view to coming back to it in the light of further information, that would be perfectly acceptable, subject to the consent of council.
I think on that basis until the report, but if I could ask for democratic service officers to sort of keep it on ice, so that as soon as that report is done, rather than us all trying to gauge that, then it immediately is put back into the agenda, if that's agreeable.
Right, is that agreed? Can we take that by affirmation? Do you accept? Yes, agreed. Thank you. Now we have one further motion, but that motion in the name of Councillor Jeff Harvey. Councillor Harvey, I think you have a request to put to council.
Yes, request is to withdraw this motion, which I think, because the original idea was to write to the Secretary of State and ask them to bring forward a land use framework, but after I'd submitted, government did actually launch a consultation trying to sort of amend the motion to still make some points, but I think it's ended up a rather ill-focused piece of work. So apologies for the extra paper that took, and yes, I'd like to withdraw.
To withdraw. Is that acceptable? Can we take that by affirmation or agreed? Agreed. We then move on to item 20, which I suspect needn't take us very long. Chairs' engagements. Not really, no, but on the 5th of December, I thought I should elaborate that the winter reception concerned was that of the US Air Force at Stukely Inn, RAF Alconbury. There was one subject which I did not discuss with anybody. However, a few volunteered views on it. And then I attended a blue plaque unveiling. Members may know that we do work with CPPF, who manage the blue plaque scheme, the Cambridgeshire past, present and future, who manage the blue plaque scheme in South Cambridgeshire. This one was at Fulbourn, and there will no doubt be other proposals in the future. Members, the next formal meeting of this council is the annual meeting on Thursday, 22nd of May at 2 p.m. Members will, I think, be aware that I have called an extraordinary meeting on the 19th of March to discuss the council's response to the local government reform, because that is close up to the deadline for submitting our proposals, this council's proposals. With that, I draw this meeting to a close, and this meeting is formally closed at 6:48 p.m., 18:48 p.m.